Thank you. Thank you. I'm now going to call this meeting to order, back to order at 6 o'clock. Welcome to our December 11th regular scheduled board meeting. We have translation in Spanish. If you need the support, please see Leticia Centenaro. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de la Valle de Pajaro. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor pasa con Leticia Centenaro. Acá está. This meeting will be live streamed and recorded. If someone would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card. And if you would prefer not to put your name on that speaker card, go ahead and just write any name so that we can call that name when your time has come to speak. And hand that to Eva Renteria. She's down here at the end prior to that agenda item. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. We have many joining us tonight, so I want to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinions, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and the board to conduct its necessary business. The board's focus is on student outcomes, and we appreciate that it is important to you as well. I will now ask Trustee Dodge to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay, let's keep this in order, please. So now I will move us on to item 3.3, governing board comments and reports on standing committees. This is the opportunity for each board member to take a few moments, a few minutes, 2 minutes to be exact, to give us a few comments, and I will start with Trustee Medina.
I'll go ahead and hold my comments.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge?
The same with me, thank you.
Trustee Carrasco?
Same with me.
Trustee Turley?
Frequently, I don't comment this time, but I have one thing. I attended the Mello Center GPA meeting. There are 4 meetings a year. There are 3 trustees who are appointed to that committee. I was the only one that came. And we were unable to take care of business, and we didn't have a quorum representing PVUSD last quarter either. There are important things that need to be discussed, such as fees when that space is rented, and agreements between the City of Watsonville and PVUSD as far as repairs to that building. So I encourage all of us, if we're signing up to committees, we really got to show up.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn? Thank you. Trustee Medina? I'm sorry, Trustee Navarro?
I will defer my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Salinas Holtz?
I have these comments. Good evening, everyone. I know there's not much time to waste in today's meeting, so I'm going to do my best to breeze through this really quickly. But a lot has happened the past month, and I want to start in chronological order. So I first want to mention the successful listening session that I hosted with Trustee Medina and Student Trustee Guillen Martinez from the County Board of Education. This listening session was hosted at PV High School and was geared towards students as a way for me and Trustee Guillen Martinez to hear from a broader perspective compared to the usual groups of students we meet with in our meetings. And since it was our first time, there was only a small group of students who attended, but nevertheless, it went very well, and the hour was filled with good conversations. We are now looking to host another one after winter break, which will likely be at Watsonville High School. So I recommend, I bet there's a lot of students in here, it's hard to see all of your faces, but you guys should attend, Watsonville students especially, and then we'll hopefully do one at Aptos later on. So then 2 weeks ago, I attended a conference in San Jose for student trustees, which was put on by the California Association of Student Councils. This was an all-day event where I learned about school board governance, school district budgets, and how to better connect and hear from the community I represent. It was a very informative day, and I'll likely be attending another conference by them in the spring. Now for this week, Tuesday I hosted both my councils that I lead, the Inter-High Council and the Student Advisory Council. A brief reminder of the two groups. The Student Advisory Council is made up of 40 students from across the district and is led by Dr. Contreras and me. And the Inter-High Council is made up of ASB students from the different high schools in the district. And in the Student Advisory Council, we have been working together with students to update district policies and have been recently tackling the homework policy. On Tuesday, we were able to finish up our infographic posters we have been making that are now ready to present to parents and educators who will go on to update our policy with our changes in mind. After that meeting, I hosted the Inter-High Council meeting, which is made up, like I said, made up of ASB students from each high school in the district. And this week, representatives from Watsonville, PV, and Aptos attended and gave updates from each site. So Watsonville High School just hosted their annual Winter Wonderland workshop and a new duck scavenger hunt around campus where little plastic ducks were hidden for students to find and turn in for prizes. And unfortunately, I didn't find any, but they had some pretty good prizes. So they Watsonville also hosted a Winter Spirit Week and is now preparing for finals week. PV High also had a Winter Spirit Week, and this week is hosting a toy drive with their girls basketball team. This week they had a folklorico performance in their new, and yes, temporary, but black box theater. And just like Watsonville and PV, Aptos also is hosting a Winter Spirit Week and has a good start to their new Student Senate. And then this week they're hosting, they hosted an event I would actually enjoy being a part of, and it was a Pie a Teacher event, which is exactly like it sounds. Students got to pay to throw pies at teachers. So we should bring that to Watsonville. Now, I do want to mention some things about today's meeting. Last week, I was asked if I would be voting for the new president and vice president of our board. And after some thought, I would like to publicly say that I will not be voting or endorsing any of the other board members in the voting today. I am happy to say I have a very good relationship with everyone on this board, and I felt very welcomed by all trustees and PVSD staff since I've taken this position. And I'm happy for that and very grateful. The second thing I wanted to get out of the way is next week is my finals week, and I'm not sure how late I'm going to stay at the meeting today, but I would like to stay to be a part of the discussion for the action items. That being said, let's have a great meeting. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Salinas Holtz. And I was also going to defer my comments, but I actually decided I wanted to take this opportunity because I'm not sure if I'll have the opportunity again, but I wanted to thank everybody who has encouraged me this last year in my role as the president of the board. It has been very, very difficult, and I have had several emails, phone calls, and hugs, even in the middle of a grocery store, just of encouragement. And so I thank all of those. You all know who you are. Thank you for encouraging me this last year. And so with that, now I will move us on to item 4.1, the approval of the agenda. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do. We have Brandon Denise, Emily Hallbeg, Bill Beecher, and Patricia Sotorello. We have one more.
One more come in as well.
You can step up to the podium. And Chris Webb.
Brandon Denise, president of the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. I'd like to call on one of the trustees to make a motion to remove items 10.2 and 10.3 from the agenda and postpone the vote until January or February. The public has been demanding for weeks now. For weeks, the public has been demanding that the board delay this vote, but Heather Contreras, Misty Navarro, and Olivia Flores do not care what the public thinks. They believe they are above scrutiny and can do whatever they want. The fact that the overflow room is not available and the public cannot be, some of the public can't fit into this chamber, could lead to Brown Act violations and invalidating decisions made here today, especially when the district had other options available but refused to consider them. They do not want you all here. They do not want the public here. I want to remind you that Dr. Contreras believes that these meetings are not public meetings, but they are meetings held in public. Why did Dr. Contreras refuse to move this meeting to the Mello Center? What she told me was that the Mello Center and City Council chambers have roughly the same occupancy, and that when this overflow room is done being used, we can use that space. When I followed up in an email, she changed her story a little bit, saying that the board did not choose the Mello because the acoustics and technology were very poor. Really, the acoustics in a performing arts theater are too poor for a school board meeting. They will find any excuse to silence you. Amend this agenda and remove these items, and let's have this vote in January. We should not be voting on layoffs tonight. Please, one board member, have the courage to make the motion to stand up to this authoritarian we have sitting in that chair. She should be sitting across from you so that she can't sit there and whisper to her cronies, Olivia and Misty.
Let's deal with the more mundane. I would like to see 11-1 pulled in front of 10 because that's about our academic achievement. And if you hold it after 10, I'll be here till 1 o'clock to speak. And you'll be here. So I would like to see it done before the discussion about what we do about people. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Emily Halbig. There are a lot of people here tonight, and every single one of them deserves the fundamental right to be heard. As you vote on this agenda, I am insisting that you protect that right. Do not place any cap on the number of speakers, and do not impose an overall time limit on any public comment item. Our voices matter, and we will not accept being silenced. Thank you. Put students first.
Good evening, Patricia Sotarello from Cesar Chavez. This is December. This is finals time, end of the semester. A lot of time for celebrations, but here we are with this grinchy agenda, and I'm supposed to be in my school enjoying the big celebration that we have for the winter concert right now, where more than 350 students are participating with dance, choir, guitar, and band. But here I am. I was until 4 o'clock with my students decorating the gym and putting artwork over there. But we have to be here on their behalf. Please reconsider and remove 10.3 and 10.2. This is really hot topics. You cannot rush this. I don't know why you have to rush these at the end of the semester when you have all the time to review the budgets, to review even the budget from the state.
That's your time. Thank you. What was that? Okay, so it didn't reset when she stepped up? Okay, I'm sorry, you can have another minute if you'd like another minute. I wasn't paying attention to the clock.
I wish you could come to our school one time. How long would we be there?
Okay. So now I'm coming back to the board. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Trustee Flores?
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I would like to move to amend the agenda by postponing items 10.2 and 10.3 through the last regular board meeting in January 2026, and to schedule a special session before meeting for the board and public to focus on these two items.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, seeing no second, that motion fails. Do I have an? I second. You're gonna have to. I second. Okay, I have a first and a second. Trustee Flynn seconds. So I will now call a vote. Can we do a roll call?
I'd like roll call.
Yes, please.
Could you repeat who made the motion and who seconded?
Trustee Medina made the motion to approve the agenda with postponing items 10.2 and 10.3, and Trustee Flynn made the second.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Actually, I'm sorry, a little point of order. She actually would like to say something before, and we didn't have a discussion, so we'll do discussion and then we'll go to the vote.
I did want to give Mr. Castillo a moment to explain as to why it was important to have the postponement. You gave me why we could not postpone it, because I asked that it be postponed back in November. And you gave me a really good reason, but I felt like the community deserved to hear it as well. But I want to say what I wrote. Dear respected colleagues, this was to agenda setting and leadership. I am curious the issue, and this is public record, which is why I'm reading it. I am curious the issue with postponing the budget vote until January. Please provide valid and persuasive reasoning so I might understand why we should not. I know where I stand. I know what needs to be done. I recognize the wish to give folks as much notice as possible for any changes. I also abide by the words of my mother, bad news doesn't get better with time. However, given the amount of requests from varying sources and corners of the district and the optics of the timing and simply the opportunity to provide the community who is in distress, I know we are too, a moment to pause and rest, physically, emotionally, psychologically. Reprieve is what is called for, and I feel it shows heart as we enter into what is for many a sacred season. We know the energy is heightened right now. We also know that energy would be better focused on students and classrooms and the families rather than writing us letters and making signs and making phone calls and trying to figure out how to make time to come to a meeting. Let us all rest. Let us take a moment to breathe. Let us pause and return to the cacophony in the new year. What say you? Humbly, Trustee Flynn.
Trustee Medina?
Okay, cool. I'm hoping that's the last time I get muted up here. All right. So I want to, I'm requesting that this article from EdSource be entered into the record. After nearly 2 years, Congress throws rural schools a lifeline, published December 10th, 2025. The article explains the renewal of the Secure Rural Schools program and its impact on counties that include rural communities served by PVUSD. And another article I would like to enter into the record is, I request that the article titled California Schools Inch Closer to Rescuing Mental Health Funds Slashed by Trump, EdSource December 9, 2025, be entered into the record. This article details the federal court ruling affecting school mental health grants and the impact on districts that rely on these funds for social workers, counselors, and student wellness services. So I'm gonna give those to you. Also, I would like to enter into the public record. I request the article titled Decline in New Immigrant Students Puts Newcomer Programs in Jeopardy by EdSource, December 11, 2025, be entered into the record. This article explains the statewide decline in newly arrived immigrant students and how program reductions could affect English language learners and immigrant families. And finally, and I'm hoping that you all read this very closely, I request that the article titled, let me get my title right. Where are you at? Oops, 1 second, y'all, I lost my place. Man, I was on a roll, hold up. I request the article titled District Settles with Family, published August 2005, on how reducing IEPs and the support staff needed could lead to lawsuit and litigation for multiple counties. This This is what's done when a trustee does their homework, does their research, and also is looking at the bigger picture that's happening in California, who has not even yet approved our budget yet. Yet we're making these quick decisions right now that are going to leave people that were potentially going to be laid off, and I could not allow that to happen during the holidays. It is enough already what you all are going through, and to add that burden while people drive home in their nice little Teslas, getting their $200,000 paychecks, does not sit well with me.
Point of order, Trustee Medina.
Thank you, and that ends my comments.
Okay.
Point of order, we're veering
Yes.
way off
I
topic
know.
here.
Yes, we are moving on.
This is a Brown Act violation.
We're moving on. CBO Castillo, Trustee Flynn wanted to know if you wanted to respond or if you were okay.
The thing for me is that.
I think
Oh, go
I
ahead.
think you can read my response that I read to you. I'm okay with that.
You want me to read that?
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
read that.
okay. And this is to be fair and balanced because I want my fellow trustees to have this response as well, which I thought was,
Yeah, you mentioned, I was listening to your email. I think you mentioned some parts, other parts of the last was not in your email from what I remember, but you could read my reply to you. So that's just from the fiscal, yeah, you can read my reply.
okay. Thank you for your thoughtful email and for advocating for the well-being and psychological rest of our community and staff during this challenging period. Your commitment to compassion and community is highly valued, especially as we navigate these necessary changes. However, from a CBO's perspective, the issue is not simply the timing of the vote, but the imminent financial liability and operational damage that would result from delaying the decision on the required budget cuts. Fiduciary imperative. Why delaying is financially risky. The primary reason we must not postpone the budget vote until January is the fiduciary obligation to manage our finances responsibly, especially when cuts are involved. Your mother's wisdom applies to finance. Bad news doesn't get better with time. In financial terms, bad news, deficit spending gets actively worse with time because the unaddressed deficit continues to grow. We will present the first interim report first. Optional chaos, and staff morale. While the intention of the pause is rest, the practical result of uncertainty over major cuts is heightened chaos and erodes staff morale. Sudden staffing cuts in January, a December vote allows for cuts, reductions in force, or program changes to be communicated and processed, ideally taking effort and at the start of late January, early February. A January vote pushes the entire painful process into the middle of the second semester, leading to abrupt disruption of student services, extreme short notice for affected staff, preventing them from securing new employment. A massive rushed administrative burden on HR and payroll in late January. Loss of key personnel, staff members who anticipate cuts will look for stability elsewhere. Prolonging the uncertainty will cause high-performing staff to preemptively seek jobs for the holidays, resulting in the loss of talent, whether or not their specific positions are ultimately cut. The uncertainty is more damaging than the clarity of a difficult situation. This CBO...
No shouting out, please.
The CBO recommendation my dyslexia is kicking in, my apologies. Decisive clarity for stability. We strongly recommend that you move forward with the scheduled vote to provide the clarity and certainty needed to stabilize the organization and minimize the financial hemorrhaging that would result from delaying the decision. Provide emotional reprieve through clarity. The most compassionate act we can perform now is to provide a clear final decision before the holidays. This allows staff and community partners to grieve, plan, and then genuinely rest during the break, rather than spending their time off anticipating or lobbying against an unknown fate. Focus on January energy. By voting now, the community energy in January can be channeled away from debating and the necessity of cuts, and toward the constructive participation in the implementation and migration strategies. In summary, postponing the votes does not offer respite. It simply delays and amplifies the negative financial personnel consequences. We must act decisively now to protect the long-term financial health of the district. Respectfully, Gerardo Castillo. So to that, I felt like it was a valid perspective, and I felt like it was important that it be read and brought to, because it is public record. This was emails back and forth. So you know where I stand, and you got I got the feedback from leadership. It was clear that wasn't going to happen. This is something that I really wanted to avoid for the reasons that I stated. So here we are.
Thank you, Evan. You can now do a roll call. Sorry, Trustee Dodge.
I just have to ask a question, legal counsel. Is it okay to ask questions right now, or do we already have a motion on the floor?
Is the question about the item that you're discussing right now, is it about the motion to approve the agenda while removing these extra
The mention
items?
of the Secure Rural Schools Act that was recently passed?
No, that's not part of the discussion.
Okay.
You might be able to discuss that during the budget presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion before we take a vote? Okay, thank you, Eva.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Trustee Carrasco?
No.
Trustee Medina?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro?
No.
President Flores?
No. That motion fails. 3-4.
Trustee Flores? I'd like a motion to approve the agenda. However, I would like to move item 11.1 up as Mr. Beecher suggested.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion?
Can I explain real quick my reason for doing so?
Sure.
Okay. So I would really appreciate if you use that gavel.
Trustee, I'm sorry, Brandon, this is going to be your first warning of the night. Please stop with the commentary back and forth. I need everyone to be respectful, and thank you for flipping me off. I know the camera didn't get that, so I want to make sure to put that on record. Thank you.
So I think it's really important that we see the state of our district and how our students are doing with our current staffing. I think that that's probably the most important thing to do first, since we're here for students. And second of all, I think it's important to understand where our budget is and then make the reductions.
Okay, do we have a second on her motion? Okay. Seeing none, that motion fails. I do still need a motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Sure, Trustee Medina?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to move items 10.2 and 10.3 to discussion and reports.
Okay, do we have a second?
That means we would just talk about it, we wouldn't vote.
Yes.
Okay,
Well, I second that motion.
okay, any discussion before I call for a vote? Okay, so do we need a roll call, or is it?
I would like a roll call.
Okay, roll call,
I want to hear
Eva?
Carol.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Trustee Turley?
No.
Trustee Dodge?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco?
No.
Trustee Medina?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro?
No.
President Flores?
No. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda as is and move this along. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. Any discussion before we take a vote? Okay.
Somebody turns some mics off, we can't discuss.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All those in favor, do you want roll call? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstaining? That motion passes 6-1. And, I'm sorry, so that motion passes 6-1. So now we will move on to the election of our new board president. So this board every year selects a new board president from its members. I am going to ask that anyone who wishes to be president to give a brief statement. We will have 2 minutes for anyone who would like to put their name forward. And then we will have public comment before we then do nominations and voting. So anyone who would like to make a brief statement, please raise your hand. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with Trustee Turley, and let's wait till Misty gets here so she can start your 2-minute timer.
I'll be way less than that. I'm prepared to lead this board as president if a majority of the board sees that I would be fit to do that. I'm a proven team builder. I believe I can help this board move together for the betterment of the district. I have a track record of building relationships, and I have experience chairing meetings.
Thank you. Trustee Medina?
All right. Colleagues, thank you for listening. Tonight, I ask for your vote to serve as board president. I ask because our district is at a turning point, and the choices we make now will shape the future of every student in our care. I come forward with humility, with conviction, and with a promise to lead with fairness and courage. I want to speak first to the concerns some of you have raised about my tone. I understand it. I know I speak with urgency. That urgency comes from where I come from and who I represent. My community is facing pressure from this administration at a time when students are losing SNAP benefits, and some families will face rising premiums that will push many deeper into hardship. Our young men are struggling through a mental health crisis that grows each year. Families worry about safety and stability. Teachers, staff, and support workers tell us they feel sidelined, not valued. I cannot look at those realities and speak quietly, but I can speak with intention, with passion, and with a commitment to give a voice to our most vulnerable. Tonight, I extend that olive branch, even though it has been difficult in a climate where our censure policy and a conflict of interest policy have been used in selective and targeted ways. I want us to move past that. I want us to repair what has been damaged. If you choose me as president, I will take 3 steps right away to bring transparency, stability, and a shared power into our work. First, I will bring forward a proposal to expand student representation from 1 trustee to 3, 1 for each comprehensive high school. This district needs a clear picture of what students see and feel. When students tell us they feel unheard, it is our duty to change the structure so their voices are not symbolic, but present and engaged. Second, I will restructure the agenda setting committee to include students and labor partners. We make better decisions when those most affected help shape the agenda. When we exclude them, we create distrust. When we bring them in, we create fairness. Third, I will establish a community budget committee made up of students, parents, labor partners, and community members. We cannot address financial shortfalls behind closed doors. When communities share in the process, they share in the solutions. So I'm just wrapping up. I asked you to look at my record as proof in how I lead. Former student trustee Danielle Esqueda endorsed me because he saw me stand with students every time they needed support. When we faced an ICE scare, I stood with families who felt fear in their own neighborhood. When students and IEPs need a voice, I knew their struggle struggle because I lived with dyslexia and ADHD. When the district was asked to spend more than $500,000 to police our
Medina,
students, I'm
that's your
almost
2
done.
minutes.
I stood with those who asked for care, not punishment. Tonight, I ask for your vote not to raise my profile, but to raise our standards. I'm ready to lead with clarity, with purpose, and the commitment to every student family we serve. I'm ready to work for each of you to move this district forward. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that would like to put their name forward? Okay, Trustee Navarro?
If Trustee Flynn would like to go first, she can go first.
Okay. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Excuse me, Brandon, it's not your turn to speak. You can speak outside if you like. Thank you. That's your second warning, Brandon. Lourdes, that's your first.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order.
We do not call out from the
Point
audience.
of order.
You have not been. You have not been recognized yet.
Sorry.
But it's a point of order. That's
Yes.
an automatic
Hold on.
recognition. I know Brown Act, and I know my rules. Sorry.
Trustee Medina.
Point of order. Is it okay for somebody who's not the vice president to try reprehending our public speakers? And if you can answer that, I'd like to direct that at the lawyer.
Yes, and then Sarah, if you wouldn't mind, you had a question also about our live streaming.
It's not working, we're texting us.
That's what I was hearing from behind me, was that there may be a problem with the live streaming.
They were notified and they are working on it. And it's back up online.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as far as comments, the vice president is allowed to help the chair. Okay, and now you need to start your 2 minutes over.
So Carol and I had the fortune of going to CSBA this past week, where we spent Tuesday in an all-day board workshop, learning about board governance and how to run the meetings more effectively, how to properly take a motion and an amendment to a motion or a supplemental motion, Brown Act training. It was quite an extensive afternoon, and our superintendent joined us. As you know, five of us are new board members up here, and we have been trying to learn, but it's been a big, steep learning curve in regards to, Brown Act and board policies and such, and so we are doing it in good faith, and there is no nefarious reasons for that. Second of all, why am I throwing my hat in the ring? The reason that I'm doing that is because I think that I have the skill set in order to get these board meetings to be civil and not chaotic. And the reason for that is because what I do for a living is control chaos. So that's one thing. Excuse me, I'm not done, thank you. It's also really important for the board president to have a close working relationship with our superintendent. And that is impossible with certain board members who have defamed, berated, abused, and basically threatened our superintendent. The only purpose of the board president is to run meetings and to work collaboratively, with our superintendent. That is the whole entire job.
Brandon, I really would not like to have you removed from this meeting. Please control yourself.
I'm gonna take an extra 30 seconds since I keep getting interrupted. We let Trustee Medina go over like 2 minutes, so should we take a recess and clear the room?
Go ahead, finish.
Okay. Well, I need people to
Okay, please let her finish her speech, please.
Okay. The only reason that I'm on this board is for kids. My kids and the kids of PVUSD. I don't know what other reason I would be on this board. I actually, don't. The only reason I'm on this board is because I care about kids, and everybody who knows me knows that, and that my decisions are student-focused. And you can keep yelling and screaming, but it's not going to stop what I'm saying.
Okay, then, this is the first warning for the entire room. If the outbursts keep going, I am going to have to recess the meeting. Please be respectful.
The last thing I'm going to say is no matter who ends up president of this board, I will continue to support them in the way that I have supported you, Trustee Flores, because there is no I in team. One person can do nothing on their own. You need 4 people to get anything done on this board. So until we can work together in a collaborative fashion to govern, we will not be able to move this district forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flynn?
Hi, everybody. I don't have a lot of actual words prepared. I don't like talking about myself and the things. And the things that I've done for the community. But over the last 15 years, I've served as home and school club president at Bradley. I was on the board for Second Harvest Food Bank. I served as vice chair and chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission for the county. I was appointed to CARES J, which is now an advisory board for the county. I did that because about 5 years ago, I had the first peaceful action after the murder of George Floyd, where over 1,000 people showed up. And I worked with city leadership to change policy around policing. I worked with the city of Watsonville to change policing policy. I've been a very active community member, and I've made a lot of change that many of you don't know about, and many of you may never know about, but it affects you every day because you live in the county. And that equity statement that is on the landing page is because of the work that I've done. I think because of these things, I would make a good president. I'm also happy to serve as vice president. I want to serve this community. It's my honor to serve this community. I'm humbled by the position that I'm in, even just simply as trustee, to be able to serve. I'm going to take a little bit more time. The thing that's most important to me right now is getting the vision, values, goals, and guardrails. I don't know if I'm going to run for this seat, but I do know that whoever takes over the seat after me will have a standard and will have a vision, because right now we don't have that. And that's my goal, is to bring a vision that is community-led. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any do we have anyone else who would like to? Nope. Okay. So now, do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we do. Okay, we have 12. Takashi Mizuno, Brandon Denise, Mads Riamuto, Emily Halbig, Nat Lowe, Bill Beecher, Omar Diegues. Start there.
Yes, go ahead and your mic.
Oh,
Before we start, can we ask somebody that's gonna be responsible with the clock every single time?
Does he wanna do the clock?
Speaks to take care of the clock?
Yeah, why don't you take care of the clock?
Can we assign somebody that's gonna take care of the clock to give everybody a fair?
No, she's going to do it for just a little bit longer, and then I will be taking over. Thank you.
hi. Good evening. I'm Takashi, trustee area 2. Many of us are diaspora on this unceded land of Orone people. I am a diaspora from Japan. As diaspora, we have a responsibility to make our efforts to become good guests by understanding and acknowledging core values of indigenous cultures. Some of them are reciprocity, kinship relations, and non-binary or non-dualistic ways of thinking. I joined with my wife the election campaign of Mrs. Carol Tari from the beginning to the end last year. We also joined the latter half of the election campaign of Mr. Gabriel Medina. We were told after the election that both campaigns could not have won without our hard work. That said, I have advocated for de-escalation of the conflicts to focus on student learning on this unceded land of Orone people. That's why I do not support Trustee Medina to take the role of the next president of board. And I support Trustee Carol Tari to take the role of the next president of the board. Your campaign platform was to focus on learning, and you received almost 2,900 votes. Do you remember how many volunteers knocked at the doors of several thousand households? And you are responsible to take the next president of this board. And I support Joy Flynn to take the next vice president of this board. Thank you.
So just a quick note, the people outside who have submitted speaker cards are being told that they can't come in here to speak unless somebody else leaves. So Brown Act violation, let's go. I want to speak under this item to advocate against Trustee Navarro being in any leadership position on this board. This goes beyond the fact that she was appointed by her friend Kim. I believe that appointed trustees can serve in leadership positions as long as they've established a platform and have a record of representing the views of their constituency. What is Navarro's platform other than serving as a mouthpiece for Contreras and picking fights with Medina? How can she claim to represent her constituents when she has refused to take their feedback into consideration with her votes? I find it ironic that Misty is so dead set on controlling what Gabe says and does on his social media, because some of the things that she said online about our staff and students should be cause enough for her to resign. Her recent comments of, listen to these ones, what you all are doing is not working. For the money we are spending on adults, our students should be at least able to do math, read, and write. Those comments reveal to us that she is clueless regarding the challenges that our teachers face, and she thinks so low of our students. Really, Misty, you think our students can't read, write, or do math? I know we have room for improvement on our SBAC data, but the knowledge and talents of our students go far beyond what can be measured on a test. Despite her claim to have thick skin, she is terminally online arguing with, belittling, and bullying anyone who disagrees with her. She has accused the PVFT of shitting where we eat. Her attitude shows that she does not respect our members or our students. I fully believe that if she had to run an election for her seat, she would lose. She does not understand the role of labor advocacy and how we have to fight for our rights. She thinks that we should just accept the decisions that the superintendent, who has not garnered any confidence that she is fit for this job. Misty should not be considered for a leadership position now or ever, and the PVFT would support either Joy Flynn or Trustee Gabriel Medina as president. Misty should resign.
Hard to follow that one, especially when I actually came up here to read this one of the same quotes. So if you haven't been on Facebook in the last couple of weeks, Trustee Navarro has repeatedly criticized our unions. She's called us liars. She's even claimed that the PVFT members don't support our president. But there's one statement in particular, the one that Brandon read and the one that's up here on the sign, that I think everybody needs to pay attention to. In that single sentence, Trustee Navarro managed not only to insult the teachers of the district, but far worse, our students. How do you think the students sitting in this room feel, hearing that you believe so little of them? Student Trustee Desi, how does it feel to sit beside someone who publicly suggests that you and your peers don't know how to read, write, and do math? Trustee Navarro, you have made it crystal clear through this statement and many others that you do not prioritize or respect our students. You have consistently aligned yourself with a superintendent who is trying to tear our schools apart while refusing to listen to the community you were appointed to represent. And you may offer an apology or say your words were misunderstood, but I truly believe you would not have said something so dismissive and heartless in a public forum if it were not a belief you genuinely hold. I'll close by asking the board to reflect on Trustee Navarro's statement. Is this the kind of person that you want representing you as a president of this governing body? I don't think so.
You need to reset the timer. Okay, so hi, Nat Lowe, Area 7, so I'm actually Trustee Navarro's constituent. But I want to say that we, as a community, we deserve a president and a vice president who actually want to listen to constituents and prioritize students in their actions, not just their words. And, this is something that we've all seen just tonight in the way that they've acted. I know that you all paid like $80,000 to your consultant to tell you to listen to people, so I hope that we all agree that that's important. What I have seen is two trustees, Flores and Navarro, time and time again try to cut public comment because they can't even bring themselves to listen for an extra hour to the people whose kids and lives they're about to screw over. And I've seen trustees Medina and Flynn stand up against board leadership, like you just saw, to protect our right to speak and protect the interests of the people, and then be called a bully and disruptive because they're speaking up on our behalf. We need trustees that value the voices of students and communities more than they value order and power. What's the point of attending a CSBA workshop if you don't know how to listen to community or work with labor? So I support Trustee Medina and Trustee Floyd as candidates for president and vice president.
Not that I'm nervous. Anytime you're doing an election, and it doesn't matter what type, you have to list what are the criteria, what are you looking for in those individuals. For this board, you need somebody who brings people together, who creates consensus, who's decisive, not the other way around. You also need people who are committed. Most of the people on this board are committed. But who does not fit that description? Gabriel doesn't fit it. Daniel is here less than half the time, so he's not committed. Joy means well, she's dedicated, she has difficulty making decisions because she doesn't want to make a mistake. That's not being decisive. So that leaves, thank you, that leaves three capable candidates. Let's not forget also to thank President Olivia for the job she's done this year holding this whole thing together. It has been a bugger because we have a person who's very disruptive, who's attacked in closed session and open session the other trustees. I have watched multiple times where he's put them in tears because he doesn't care. He doesn't build consensus. He's a one-man show. He would be hard-pressed to organize a good beach party. Thank you.
Sorry, I'd like to bring it back to order. This is your second warning, and I'm the entire room for the outbursts. And I'm sorry about the noise. It sounds like they're having an awesome baila folclorio over there, though, and I apologize for that, but thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mads Romito. I'm a parent of two PVUSD students. I'm also a member of the SELPA Community Advisory Committee. In her recent Sentinel message, the superintendent wrote about PVUSD's deep respect for diversity of this community and said that inclusivity extends to district leadership. The district website echoes this, as Trustee Flynn mentioned. We know inclusive schools perform better, with decades of evidence pointing to higher academic achievement, stronger engagement, and improved graduation rates. So imagine the reaction of this community if we discovered that PVUSD was regularly separating kids by race or gender or sexual orientation. If one group of students were regularly told to sit in the back of the room, sent to a separate recess, or quietly excluded from school-wide events and field trips, would we be outraged? Yeah. Well, that's exactly what's happening to students with disabilities every day. Tonight's votes are a test of our values. Please elect a president who will ensure that all students, including those with disabilities, are welcomed, seen, and fully included. When you look at the agenda tonight, you're speaking to that.
It's so short. Sorry. That's so cute. Sorry. As president of CSEA Chapter 132, I understand what it truly means to lead with integrity, especially when I find myself in situations where the very person I must call out for violations is also the person I technically report to. That is the weight of real leadership. You do not stay silent when due process is ignored. You stand firmly in the law, in the merit system, and in the responsibility to protect the workforce that protects our students. I want to acknowledge both Trustee Medina and Trustee Flynn because each brings something critically important to PVSD during this moment of instability. Trustee Medina represents the heart and voice of Watsonville. Like so many of us who were raised here, who graduated from PVSD, and who now have our own children in the district, he understands this community at its core. We live here, we work here, we thrive here, and he reflects that with pride and passion and that commitment. He reads emails, he dives into merit system, ed code, and personnel commission rules. He engages with labor relations and listens to family and staff. And importantly, I do not believe for one second that Trustee Medina simply accepts whatever narrative cabinet hands to him. He does his homework. Trustee Flynn, in her own way, brings balance, precision, and thoughtful governance to this board. She is deliberate, she is analytical, she reviews data, asks necessary questions, and considers long-term implications before making decisions. I absolutely appreciate that. And just like Trustee Medina, she does not default to cabinet talking points. I trust that she does her homework. I hope that she does her homework and that she looks past the surface and that she grounds herself in decisions in truth, preparation, and what is best for students and staff. I support both of them for different reasons. Yes, ultimately the core value is this. They do the work, they prepare, they read, they question, they verify, they listen, they honor their oath, and they take governance seriously.
Thank you.
Leadership is not about convenience or blind acceptance. It's about leading with what you believe in your soul.
Good evening. As a fiscal matter, I feel like Trustee Medina probably is the best choice because he clearly knows Robert's rules better than anybody else here. And we could probably save money. We could save money right now. Like basically, she's only here to hold your hand, Board President Flores, and that's just not needed, right? We could do better. Additionally, we've seen recently that even with the advice of Lozano Smith, that we're regularly we're attempting Brown Act violations all the time. Even this meeting, the fact that like the difficulty I had to get in here, like, and if I had a hard time getting in here, like imagine how many other families like completely shut out. So I think also as a matter of integrity, and that's something that I don't feel this board has. I know you're new, but like you came into a district where that was an area where we needed to work on that, and I feel like you've taken us in the opposite direction. And actually, also because of that board policy, the controversial issues one, because you like wanted to double down on that. And I don't care, even if there is a case and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna allow like bigoted families to undermine education, we should be fighting that. Like if segregation becomes the law, we should be fighting that. I don't want a trustee who's going to be like, oh, okay, well, that's the new way. The wind's blowing that way. We're going to fascism. No. You need to fight that. And I need leaders who are going to do that. So we should have, I think Flynn and Medina right now are the only ones. Carrasco, this no vote on the proposal to postpone things, I'm very disappointed. I still think maybe you could be the third on the committee, but for VP and president, we need people of character and integrity, and we can save some money if they get there. Thank you.
This year has been a tough year with a lot of struggles, a lot of battles throughout the year, and this school board has faced a lot of different issues that have come before you guys. It's been tough, but the one person that has shown up every single time for the community as a leader, listening to the community and their concerns, has been Gabe. Not only has he showed up in the community here on the school board, I have seen him in the community in different events, at the Peace and Unity March, when we are suffering with all this violence. He has shown up for the students and other platforms. He's very well educated, comes prepared. He's even put our legal on the hot seat, And he's very well educated. So I support Gabe Medina. He shows up for the people, shows up for the community, shows up for the students. I also support Joy Flynn. Joy Flynn, Gabe brings the fight, and Joy brings the balance. And as an Indigenous man, it is important to have balance. I've known Joy for a very long time, and Joy does her homework also, but she brings that warmth, that caring, that love that this community needs. So I support both Joy and Gabe Medina.
We have more speaker cards, correct, on this item?
Oh, are they speaker cards? Okay, I'll wait till.
Gabriel Barraza, Eli Davies, Bobby Marchesal, Delilah Maceda, and Chris Webb. Didn't you just go Chris Webb? Yeah.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5, and I am in the anyone but Misty camp for Vice President. Misty, how can you lead a board of education when you do not learn? We've tried to educate you many, many times about privilege, and you don't learn. And you said, well, maybe I don't learn because I'm white. No. We've talked to many white people who understand about systemic issues, about the need to listen to communities of color. And so, again, maybe it's an intelligence issue, which I don't know because you're a doctor. We know you're a doctor because you always brag about being a doctor. But, or maybe it's a will thing. You just don't want to learn. And we cannot have people in areas of leadership that don't want to learn. I campaigned for Carol, and I think Carol would make a fine president. There's been some disappointments in some of the votes, but I know where you're coming from. Joy, met you, love you. Love to have you in leadership of the board. But I agree that, if we need somebody who's prepared, intelligent, passionate, and actually has the back of the community and who the community has the back of, then the choice would be Gabe Medina. So, I know you guys probably already have your minds made up, but you need to listen to the community. And several of you already know that the community has your back when you have the community's back. We put you in those seats and we can take you out of those seats.
Eli, they, them pronouns, Area 7. Really appreciate everything that Gabriel said. And, also have worked on some campaigns for those of you who are sitting up there. Have a lot of respect for a lot on this side of the room, and Desi, of course. And I would love to see Joy in positions of power here. Joy has always been extremely lovely out in the community and faces a lot of criticism from people who, in my estimation, are just being racist. And she should be in this position of power. And, I appreciate, as the other Gabriel said, where Carol's coming from. Lovely. And the layoffs and not delaying, this is really tough. And I think when you're in the audience and you feel this energy and Gabe is going to stand up for the people here on this side of the room. It's not a question. Gabe is going to stand up for the people. And I think that is really important, and has been said, this is a time where we need to be challenging power from authoritarian fascist structures that are coming all the way down the pipe. Gabe has put in the time, he entered into the record, other ways. He's always trying to find other ways to solve this problem to be able to represent the people. So, I would love a president where I know how he's going to vote every time.
All right. Hey, good evening, board. Trustee Flores. I just want to start by saying, you and I have been on the opposite side of almost everything and disagreed on a lot. At the same time, I've had some conversations with you, and I am going to take this opportunity to say thank you for your service, regardless of how I feel and some of our differences. I do hope that this board will consider Trustee Flynn. I want to point out that even in reading the statements, Trustee Medina went over and part of the room got a little upset. Okay, Trustee Navarro went over and the rest of the room got a little upset. She was the only one who was able to go over her time and nobody got upset. And there's a reason for that. There's something to be said for her leadership and her calmness and her direction. She knows, I've not agreed with everything with you either, but I appreciate you. And I think we could use that leadership. So I hope you will consider that. I'll be honest, I hope one day it can be you, Trustee Turley. I have to admit, you talked about your track record, and I was somebody who did stand on corners for you and knock on doors, and I've been disappointed that so far you voted against the teachers every single time. And I have been disappointed, and I hope that changes tonight. I will say, and I still love you, and I'm still here, and I'm happy to talk anytime. And I would love to see, in order to keep you from having to see me one extra time tonight, I think it would be great to have Flynn as our president. I'd love to see Medina as vice president with her. I think that would be a great team. So, thanks.
Good evening, Delilah Macedo. I have a daughter in high school. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight, and I'm glad that she was not able to come because she would have had a mental breakdown. She sent me a text message that she would like me to read, so I will be reading that from her. In my view, Trustee Joy Flynn is not the right choice for board president. Her recent actions suggest a leadership approach that doesn't reflect the needs, concerns, or voices of the community. Instead of prioritizing students, family, and staff, it often feels as though the role is being used more for authority than for service. Our district deserves a leader who puts people first, listens openly, and leads with transparency, not someone whose focus appears centered on power rather than genuine representation. In 2022, Joy Flynn's son sexually assaulted my daughter. Yes, you heard that right. Flynn has denied it multiple times. He has a history of assaulting other students and was expelled and no longer attends PVUSD schools. He attends a private school. Why should we have a board president whose own child is not allowed to graduate from PVUSD? What message is putting out into the community? She's anti-victim. How are we to know that she is going to support students in furthering their safety when she herself raised somebody who created mass hostility in the community? My daughter would like the board to know that she would like Medina for president. And just briefly, because I don't have enough time, but when electing a new president and vice president, I urge the board to take the community's voices and concerns seriously. I also ask that you act transparently and demonstrate accountability
I
to the
want to
staff,
recommend
families,
that you
and
don't say
students you were
anything
elected
further
to
just
serve.
because of libel.
She hasn't finished her time.
But if she says anything.
I think there are about 10 more seconds back on the clock.
Delilah, if you'd like 10 more seconds.
Regardless of whether you were elected or appointed, our responsibility is to represent the community, not to serve as a rubber stamp for district leadership. Right now, trustees Medina and Dodge are the only trustees consistently listening to and advocating for community input. The community rarely asks publicly for the board to vote in alignment with district administration, yet a majority of the board continues to vote in direct opposition to community requests. This pattern raises a fundamental question: whose interests are being represented?
Thank you. Okay, so seeing that was the end of our public speakers to this item. Sorry? Okay, Trustee Flynn is requesting a recess. So I'm going to give a 5-minute recess. Okay, please everyone take your seats so we can start the meeting back up. Thank you. I now call this meeting back to order. There's Trustee. Okay, so now that we've heard from the candidates who would like to be voted on for president, and we've heard about public speakers, I now ask for nominations.
I move that I be appointed president.
Okay, so I have a nomination for Trustee Turley. Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a second. Okay, do I have any other nominations?
I would like to nominate myself.
Thank you. Do I have a second for the nomination of Trustee Medina?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a second. Do I have any other nominations?
I'll nominate myself.
Thank you. I have a nomination for Trustee Navarro. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, do I have any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, I take these nominations in the order that they were received. And if, as soon as one is approved, there's no longer a need to take votes on any of the remaining nominations if we come to that. So we will start with Trustee Turley as president, and I would like a roll call, please.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Turley, your vote? Yes. Trustee Dodge, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
I'll go with the majority here. Yes.
And President Flores, your vote.
Yes, and that motion passes 6-1. Congratulations. We will now take another quick little short recess just to transition the seating for the newly elected president, who will preside over the remaining of the meeting. Sure. Because the vice president's going to get all of this too.
Can I do anything?
Yeah, I know.
It's okay. Probably for the best anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. I call the meeting back to order. Dang, that's loud. Thank you. Thank you to the trustees and community members for your support and encouragement. Thank you to Olivia for weathering a very difficult year. Thank you. The role of trustee is different when a person sits in the president's seat than it is when you sit at any one of these other seats. Their responsibilities to develop a team, to find common goals, and to grow and work towards the betterment of our students. There is also a function of running meetings. I want to allow space for all to be heard, but I also need to ensure that the board is able to accomplish the board's business at these meetings. I plan to hold open listenings within a week prior to board meetings so that we have more opportunity to listen to our community for the first few months as a trial. And if people are coming to those and we're finding them effective, then I could see continuing those. I plan to restrict trustee time for comment just as we hold community to a time limit. The process. For each item on the agenda, I will announce the number of speaker cards and the amount of time for each within a maximum 30 minutes. The board, according to our bylaws, may motion and second to adjust that time frame. It's up to the board as a collective, not the president. Then staff will make their presentations on whatever the item is. Board members may ask questions of staff. Then it's time for public comment, then a motion, a second, and then deliberations within the board. Once we start that deliberation period, we don't take comment from the public anymore, so that we can accomplish that goal. We can work together and try to find common ground on whatever the item is, and then the vote. Regardless of how we vote on an item, the majority rules. That's the way a democracy works. Running a smooth meeting, in order to keep the meeting on schedule and take care of business, I will, because it's a responsibility of the office, warn people about outbursts. If it continues, we will recess, and if it continues beyond that, we will clear the room. During a public speaker's time, freedom of speech allows them to say whatever they want, as long as it is germane to the agenda item, or in the case of the general public comments, that it's germane to the district. Emotional topics are on our agenda today. We recognize that. We are dealing with some heavy and emotional topics tonight. Please understand that each one of us, trustees, district staff, district leadership, and all who are a part of PVUSD are here because we care about students and want the best for them. There are no enemies in this room. I ask that each one of us keep in mind that we have students in this room, and we should set an example for how we expect our students to conduct themselves in a classroom. And with that, I will move us on to election of vice presidents. Would any...
Sorry, I took your...
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Would any of the trustees like to put their name out to be considered as vice president?
Trustee Turley? I would like to put my name up, thank you.
Okay.
And President Turley?
Yes.
And they will also have an opportunity to make a brief statement.
Thank you for reminding me of that. The first one I heard was Trustee Navarro. Would you like to make a statement?
I would just like to reiterate upon what I said previously, that I believe that in order to have a functioning board, you need a strong leadership team, and I am here to support Trustee Turley, board president. I also believe it's important to have a working collaborative relationship with our superintendent, which both Carol and I have. And so I think that that'll be good for the district going forward. I would like to clarify real quick about the thing that I said. I think it was maybe misunderstood and had our CAPSA data.
I'm feeling like that's not on the agenda and shouldn't be discussed.
Okay, that's fine.
Please keep your comments to qualifications. Done?
I'm just waiting for them to settle down. Anyhow, I have been on many boards before. I know how behavior in the boardroom is supposed to be, and this was one thing that came up over and over again at our board leadership, is in order to get your public to understand that this is not a town hall. This is a board meeting that happens in public. So with that being said, I think it's really important to have an opportunity to hear from our constituents, which is why I met with several people at a coffee shop just a few days ago. And I think, so Brandon, I'm not going to talk to you. Anyway, so I pledged to do this going forward, and I think Trustee Turley also pledged to have office hours going forward so that we can give the public an opportunity to get their voices heard, because this is really not the best venue, as it's only one-way communication, and two-way communication always results in more productive dialogue. So email or phone calls or meeting in person. I pledge that if I am elected as vice president, I will support Carol and all that she's doing, and just like I have Trustee Flores. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask that we not have the outbursts from the audience so that we can conduct business. I believe I saw your hand up next, Trustee Medina.
Yes, thank you. All right, so I know the vice president's role is to support the president, guide the flow of work, and help our governance stabilize itself, and I understand that responsibility. I take it seriously, and I'm prepared to help organize our meetings, prepare trustees for complex items, and strengthen communication so we do not repeat the confusion and tension that marked parts of the last year with the previous leadership. I know my tone has been raised as concern, and I want to address that directly again. I speak with passion at the realities students bring to me. Many of them remind me of myself when I moved through school with dyslexia and ADHD, trying to navigate a system that was not built for me. I speak with that history behind me. Even so, I'm ready to adjust how I communicate so that discussions stay productive and so that every trustee, even those who disagree with me, feel respected in the process. I also believe the board must move away from selective use of rules that target some trustees, but not others. Fairness, Carol, I hope that you will make it equitable across us. Because in the last board, they were targeting people. They were using that selectively because their ego was bruised. And I don't think that was conductive. And also, a conflict of interest came in and tainted this board from the very start with no accountability. And on your right side as vice president, I want to make sure that you are being supported, but at the same time that I'm bringing you the information and the resources that I have because I do have that community connection. And I want to support you in that if you elect me as your vice president. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn?
Despite recent allegations about a minor child, I would still like to put my hat forward for vice president.
I would like to nominate Jessica Carrasco. Jessica, I've known you for a little bit of time. I know we might not, agree a lot on certain things, but me being a girl dad, you had a lot of influence when my daughter meets out. When you were running your campaign, she was one of the first ones to tell me like, Dad, she's gonna win. She's gonna win. You don't know the wave of support behind her. And, me and her, we clash a lot, but my daughter supports you. When you were teaching at Watson High, you were teaching about Chicano Latino history, the history that's not even always told in Watsonville. And so you have the pulse of our daughters, and you have the pulse of our community. So I would like to nominate you, and hopefully you accept. Thank you.
So we do need to wait until we have public comment before we actually have a nomination.
Okay, thank you.
But if Jessica is interested and wants to make a comment, please.
Could I respond? Is that okay? Okay. Thank you, Trustee Dodge, for your nomination. I unfortunately am going to respectfully decline. I have some health issues going on, and I don't know what my capacity will be in the next few months, which is why I would like to just do this meeting. I don't know what my capacity will be in a few months. So thank you, though.
Any others? Okay, it's now time for public comment. Do we have any cards? How many cards?
Sorry, got to get used to this again. Okay, so for item 5.2, no, sorry, 5.3, I do have one, Takashi Mizuno, and then I have a Karen Osmondson who did not put a number. Karen Osmondson? Nat Lowe, I did have one for 5.2. Do you want me to change that to 5.3? Did you mean this one? Okay, so Nat Lowe, Takashi Mizuno, and Karen Osmond, if this is the item, if not, let me know what item you intended for this comment card. On 10.2? Okay, thank you. Okay, Takashi, thank you.
Got me? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Takashi again, and what can I say? I have thought about these issues for the past several months, since this last August. And I am having very difficult time after I heard one of the speakers said, but I still support Joy Flynn to take the role of Vice President of this board. I have supported you from the beginning when you were appointed, and I had communicated with you until last month. And I kept sending you my emails. The main reason why I support you is your non-confrontational or less confrontational approaches. And that approach would be, I think, would be effective to navigate in these very difficult, challenging times. And I heard your family problems, but I still just trust you. You can just talk with that person, family, and I still support you to take the role of the Vice President of this board. Thank you for your courage not to withdraw your nomination. Thank you.
Hi, Nat Lowe, Area 7. You've heard some of my thoughts earlier. Carol, I just want to say, I trust that you will do your best to be fair and equitable. I wrote 100 postcards for you to get you elected. So we hope that you will listen to the community and be accountable to the community. I also want to say that my understanding of what the board's responsibilities is to represent the communities that elected you, and not necessarily just to work with the superintendent, but also to keep the superintendent accountable. And what I've seen so far is that, Trustee Navarro wants to work with the superintendent, but the labor partners that are in the room don't trust her. Whereas, they've all spoken very well of Gabe, and I think labor is a really important part. It's what makes the district run. So I think that's a really important point to consider. I also want to say that Trustee Navarro wanted to change the whole agenda for one person instead of, everyone else in this room. And I think that also speaks to who matters. I think that the trust that people have in Gabe will really complement the, the skills and like the stability that Carol provides to the board. So I would like to push that Gabe is the vice president.
Thank you, newly President-elect, for accepting my plead to speak to this item. I just wanted to say that I am in full support of Trustee Medina for Vice President. Medina has demonstrated commitment, presence, and readiness to serve, all that aligns with the direction that this chapter and the community needs. We are in a period of intense change, and our members deserve leadership that is reliable, thoughtful, and grounded in both passion and compassion. Accountability, Medina brings that, and I think that he would be a good asset to your presidency. I say that as a president that leads with integrity. I believe Medina to be a strong partner to President-elect Turley and a stabilizing force for our members during this incredibly hard time. This endorsement isn't about politics. I want you to understand that. For me, it is about my community the students that I serve, the classified members that I represent, and the children that I absolutely love every single day on the campuses that I work. It is more than just a vice president seat. It is somebody that is going to ride with you and have your back no matter what. My vice president does that for me, and your vice president should do that for you. He is somebody that is going to do his homework, and he's not going to go and ask the very person for clarity on subject matter. He's going to do the homework himself, and that is something that CSEA appreciates because, after all, we believe in education. Thank you.
I would entertain a motion. Saw your hand first, Olivia. Trustee Flores.
I would like to nominate, if I can, nominate two, Trustee Navarro and Trustee Flynn. I think either one would be an amazing help to you. And I do believe they both have undergone our board governance training and would, sorry?
The timer.
I'm not going to take too much longer, so, but yes, I'd like to nominate both.
I don't know how we could vote on both simultaneously.
Okay, sorry. Trustee Navarro and then Trustee Flynn.
So you're making two nominations, one for Trustee Navarro and two for Trustee Flynn.
Yes, and you still need seconds.
Right. Okay.
I would like to nominate myself for vice president.
Any others? Any others? Nope. Okay. So the first motion we have is from Trustee Flores for Trustee Navarro. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I think we're ready for a roll call vote on that one. Could you do that for us, please, Ms. Herrera?
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
Trustee Dodge Jr., your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
President Turley, your vote?
No. The second motion on the table is to nominate Trustee Flynn. Is there a second? You can, okay, I'll second. And can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
President Turley, your vote?
Yes. So that motion fails. The third motion is for Trustee Medina to be Vice President. Is there a... Please. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
No.
President Turley, your vote.
It's going to be you, Jessica. No. I know, we'll go around another couple times and see where we end up. Okay, that means we need a fourth nomination.
Or you can you could do it again.
Okay. So the first one out was for trustee Navarro. I think we already have a second on it. We don't have to go back to doing the second. Can we have a roll call vote on that? This is going to take a while. Do you want to vote?
No, he wants to say something.
Oh. Trustee Salinas Holmes?
I want to start off by saying that like I said this in the beginning, I have a great relationship with all of the members on this board. And congratulations, President Turley, for being the new president. And I would work great with any of these trustees on our board being vice president. And but I almost said this earlier in my notes. It's funny, I had a conversation with my government teacher about like the balance of my beliefs and what I feel like represents the students' body, the student body in our district and the students. And I know I said I wasn't gonna vote, but I changed my mind. I know my vote doesn't count, but the student vote, because I want to represent, I feel like it's my job to represent what the students would like to see as the leadership in our board. And so I'm going to vote for vice president for one trustee, but I would like to make it clear that I would work fine and be happy with anybody here as vice president. And but I do feel like I owe it to the students to reflect what I've heard from the community at many board meetings and personally from a lot of students. So if the trustee comes around to vote for them, I'll vote.
All right, so we are voting again for trustee Navarro. Can you do the roll call, please?
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
No.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
President Turley, your vote?
No. Okay, now.
Oh, wait, and there's student trustee Salinas Holmes?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, the second motion that we're back to is for trustee Flynn. Can we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
This is in...
For Flynn?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
No.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
Student trustee, your vote?
I abstain.
And President Turley, your vote?
And yes, so we're still not passed. So we're back to our...
I believe trustee Carrasco voted yes.
Oh,
she did.
I'm sorry.
So that
Okay.
passes.
All right. Congratulations. I can't count, apparently. Congratulations, trustee Flores. Flynn.
Can we clarify the votes? I counted 4 as well, but can you read back the official tally on that?
We had, this is for Flynn? So we had 1, 2, sorry. Oh, you want me to read them all?
Just read them.
Okay. So we had Flynn as yes, Dodge as no, Carrasco, yes, Medina, no, Navarro, no, Flores, yes, and Turley, yes.
Okay.
So that's 4.
There we have it. Congratulations. And that moves us on to approve the board meeting schedule for 2026. Does anyone, well, let's see, what we said we were going to do. Well, I don't know if anybody's seen it. We'll get to the next. I got it right here. Okay. I have two conflicts. I'd like to find out first if there are any conflicts with the dates that are on this list.
Are we able to comment on or make a motion if we wanted to? Or do you want to do?
I'd like to have a conversation so we can get any dates out that might be potential conflicts.
I actually have the opposite. I would like to include more dates and revert from going every 3 weeks to every 2 weeks. Since our district office is saying that we're in this deficit, in this crisis, I think we need to have more meetings in order to address these issues. And the 3-week gap was not sufficient enough because we're loading things into consent agenda that we need to discuss heavily instead of just bypassing that because people are tired and want to go home.
Trustee Trilly, point of order. We do have one speaker to this item.
Sorry. We have a speaker. Can you call the name?
Julian Bellin.
Trustee Shirley, point of order. Like, if we have conflicts, should we say that after public comment? Okay.
Test. Hello, my name is Julianne Bellin. My pronouns are they, not whoever she is. The proposed 27th May 2026 meeting is on Eid al-Adha, a major Muslim observance and specifically named as a holiday to avoid scheduling events on in the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, recognition of religious beliefs and customs, adopted in 2021. Muslim families in our district deserve to observe and spend the day with their families, much like Christians and cultural Christians will observe a day, even if they don't attend religious services. I was very disappointed by the decision this year to hold a meeting on Erev Yom Kippur, also specifically named by the COE, and hope the board wishes to show historically marginalized and sidelined global majority groups their cultures and religions are valued just as much as Christian normative ones. Thank you.
So we have on our calendar May 27, which falls in the period of May 26 through 28 of that holiday. Does anybody else have any conflicts?
I will be out of town on 4/15/26.
Jessica. I have a conflict on February 4th and June 17th. I have rearranged my holiday schedule to make sure that I am here for the June 24th meeting. Can we change any of those 4 dates? Those 4 are February 4, April 15, May 27th, and June 17.
So for the June 17th meeting, we have a budget presentation that is limited by different time dates. And so that is a meeting that we really can't move that date. And having talked with Gerardo Castillo, our CBO, about this calendar, that is one that we really can't adjust. And the meetings in June, those are really time bound from state reporting timelines that we have to meet.
So Trustee Flynn will run a meeting on June 17th.
Yep,
Can we modify May 27? I think that's kind of a critical one that we find another date for.
I would like to second another conflict on May 27th. It's my birthday.
So if we move that to the Wednesday up, would that be the suggestion? May 20? Is there a conflict on May 20 for anyone? No conflict. Okay.
So we're good if we move that to May 20?
Hold on, I'm not sure. Eva's taking a comment card, but I want to make sure she captures that. Eva, there's the May 27th meeting is being recommended to move to May 20th.
And thank you for bringing that
Can I
to our
ask,
attention.
wait, before we do that, I would like to ask Gerardo if will that be any, okay.
I have a conflict on March 18th. I will not be in attendance.
So March 18th is another interim report. So some of these conflicts, what I'm going to suggest, just because if we might, right, as long as we maybe have a quorum just because those interim reports are, have some time-bound pieces, but also they take a lot of time leading up to them to get prepared.
And February 4th?
4th. I also have a conflict on February 4th. I'm working.
So a recommendation maybe to the 11th? February 11th?
Does February 11th work for everyone?
So February 4th, Eva, to February 11th.
I'll make this easy for you all. I cleared my schedule so that way I could accommodate the board. So I'm available at all times.
Thank you. All right, would anybody like to make a motion to adopt this schedule with those modifications? Trustee Medina.
I would actually like to make a motion to move from 3 weeks to every 2 weeks.
My counter to that would be, let's adopt this calendar and then plan on having some study sessions to dive deep into the things that budgets, potential school closures, I don't know, whatever those other things might be.
If you could make me a guarantee that we're going to have more specialized sessions, then yes, I will vote to approve this, but I want that guarantee right now.
I think that's an appropriate way to go, and that's what we should do. Maybe we should include that in the motion so we have memorialized that rather than just you and I having a discussion about it.
I would like to approve the dates as stated with the understanding that we will have specialized sessions for focused agenda items.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I think that was 7-0. Okay, thank you. Moving on to I'm sorry? Oh, no. We're good? No. Moving on to coordinate and take action for board representation on district and community committees.
Can I have a point of clarification?
Please.
When do we decide on who gets to be the third person on the agenda setting committee? Is that now?
In about 15 seconds.
Oh, perfect. I want to be on that.
Board representative. Okay. Do we have any public comments on any of these committee appointments? Anybody?
We do not.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion as far as the third person on the agenda setting committee?
I would like to make a motion.
Please
to nominate myself to the agenda setting committee.
And is there a second?
I second.
And do we want to just have a vote, or does somebody want to ask for a roll call?
I would like a roll call.
Well, then we're going to do a roll call.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodd Jr., your vote? Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
Yes.
That's a surprise.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Abstain.
Oops. Okay, there you go. Abstain. Okay.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
No.
President Turley, your vote?
Yes.
We We got our power back, y'all. We got it back.
Trustee Medina. The next committee is the implementation committee, where we have three trustees serving on that. Is there any interest in serving on that? Implementation.
I'd be willing to be on it.
I'm wanting to be on it. I feel like I've been leading that for the most part, even though I dropped the ball recently, but I would like to do it. And I see that Trustee Medina and Trustee Flores are interested.
I have a point of clarification. Can you kind of explain, as we go through these, what that body is in charge of, so that way also the community knows? I'd like that.
Okay, thank you. So the implementation team is the group that's been steering the listening sessions, and then will be leading our adoption of goals and guardrails. At the moment, we've been doing things like scheduling listening sessions, compiling all of that information, and making sure that we get our survey out, tracking how many responses we get back, and making decisions as far as should we have more of those, should we have different ones. Yeah, that's the bulk of it.
Since I have the student vote, I will go ahead and put myself on there, so that way we're amplifying those voices in the implementation committee. So I'd like to be appointed to that as well.
So we have four people who have expressed. Oh, please do.
With all due respect, I would want to make sure that, I think that you would be great on that committee, but because it is based on the work we're doing with effective boards, I want to make sure that you would be open to helping to not only facilitate the training that's coming up that's in Spanish that you would attend, just to help.
I think that's a very noble request, but I think the two of you being in leadership should run that. I'm assuming one of you knows Spanish, or?
I'm talking about the 2-day training that we've done.
Based on the book that you guys read for effective school boards,
Yeah.
that I recommended to you all.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You are the pioneer behind that.
So let me address this publicly. The way that you all learn in group settings is great, but as somebody with neurodivergence, that's very difficult for me to be that type of setting, especially when there's a manual in place. And I would love for you all to respect that, because not everybody learns like you guys do. Group settings don't always work for me, especially with people that are sometimes, I feel, well, they raise my blood pressure, to be quite honest. But I would love for you all to stop heckling me on that, because I actually did my homework. My student platform was based on that book that you guys are hooting and hollering about. And I'd ask that you also respect how I intake and how I learn, and not force me to do things that you think are beneficial because you attended that training. We all have different learning styles, and I ask that be respected.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking the time to explain that.
Trustee Navarro?
Sorry, I wasn't done. I just, because you have then read the book, that you would then do a one-off with, I guess, Greg or AJ, so that when we're doing the implementation team, we know we're all talking about the same thing. I guess that's really what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'm happy to meet with Greg and AJ, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want you all to also understand the way that people learn isn't always directly correlated to how you learn.
I totally understand that.
Yeah,
And respect
so,
that.
and let's just model that a little bit more.
Absolutely.
So that's what I would like, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for, we did the modification for the learning, right? Thank you.
Trustee Navarro?
So as somebody who read the book and also went to the training, they were actually quite different. And one of the great things about the training is that we learned how to listen and to respect one another and to learn how to come up with a shared vision together as a governance team. And when we brought this up last time for Trustee Medina being on the board implementation committee, there was a commitment that he would take the training. He did not take the training and dropped off the implementation committee. And so my recommendation is if he truly wants to do this work, that he needs to put in the time beforehand. I'm sure they can accommodate his neurodiversity.
Okay, so
A point of order, lawyer lady?
Her name is Ms. Katz.
Point of order. As somebody who's in a protected class, is that comment called for?
I'm not here to answer questions about what is called for or not, but I do think it would be important that if any member of this board has learning differences or anything that needs to be accommodated, that be done.
That's all I was saying, is that I'm sure they'd be able to accommodate him.
I'm sorry, I feel like Trustee Medina and I already worked that out ahead of time so that we would make sure that he just agreed to doing a one-on-one after he's read the book, and that was the accommodation that we agreed on. That's my understanding. Was I wrong?
It's the group setting.
That was correct, Trustee Flynn, and thank you for accommodating that and understanding.
Okay,
But we have to accommodate, we have to make the adjustment, not have them make the adjustment to us, is what my understanding is. My question moving forward is this
I feel like I'm
implementation
losing
team.
control for the
No,
first
you're
time.
not, you're not. The implementation team, 3 people. Right now, there's 4 people. I would be happy to work as an extension of the agenda setting committee, but that's where I would stop.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing you say, Trustee Flynn, that you're not wanting to be on the implementation team. Mike.
Sorry. I would do it as an extension of the agenda setting committee, which would be Trustee Medina, myself, and you, because we're already there, we're already set, and we wouldn't have to do like a lot of other extra meetings. So it just seems streamlined. For me, that's what would work.
That's making some sense to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, no, I would really appreciate that, and Joy, thank you for that. I know that you understand and you get it. I wish other people would be a little bit more respectful in understanding how people's learning abilities are, but luckily they're not on the agenda setting team anymore, so that's good news.
And those comments aren't necessary either.
We could all do with understanding other people's needs and objectives. Okay. All right. We're moving on. Okay, so the implementation team is equal to the agenda setting. All right. No. Intergovernmental committee meetings. So we are supposed to have 2 board members who serve on this. We work with county representatives and city representatives on things that we do together. Anybody have an interest? I do see one hand up from Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I think I'd be great for this. Right now, I am very involved with our gubernatorial race and also for our local elections for House of Representatives. I'm trying to advocate for more funding, especially in rural areas. So I think I have a really good connection with our, our state leadership, also with our representative from the area as well. So one of my big things that I want to do is bring more resources at the state level to try to fit these gaps, and I think I'd be really good at that. Thank you.
We need one other person to serve on that committee.
I will serve on the committee.
Okay. I heard 2. That would be Trustee Flores and Trustee Medina. I'm sorry, not Flores, Navarro.
Do we have to vote? Or it's just, okay. Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Okay. Did you not want to be voted? Oh, never mind.
I'm going to do it for the people, not for
Okay,
that
let's
person.
move on, let's move on. Okay, the next one is the Mello Center JPA. We're supposed to have 3 representatives. Only 1 has to be a trustee. 2 can be members of the superintendent's cabinet. Actually, it's not even just the cabinet, it could be any appointee of, right, okay. So this committee only meets once a quarter. They have not had a quorum in an entire year and are not taking care of business that they really need to take care of. So if anybody wants to be on this committee, you've got to commit to attending those meetings. Otherwise, let's just appoint 1 person who can commit and then appoint 2 members of staff.
That's for the JPA?
Yes.
We have to have a quorum for that, so we need to have the 3.
Right, but in the JPA, in the MOU, in the agreement, it says there have to be 3 representatives of PVUSD. Only 1 has to be a trustee. The other 2 can be staff. Right? Okay, thank you. So, is anybody willing to take that on and show up 4 times a year? I see a hand from Trustee Flores.
I am willing to do that, and I think in my 3 years as a trustee, I've only missed, I believe, 1 meeting, and any other committees, that I've signed up for, I've attended, so I really do want to make sure that our Mello Center stays in good standings.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to serve on that committee? I'm not hearing any. I'm going to make the recommendation that we appoint CBO Castillo. Are you willing to do that? You have to go anyway, so you may as well. And then I think it's, pardon? Okay. Our other staff member who always has to attend is, no. Oh.
Can you both speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think of the other person who sat at the table who represented us at the last meeting. Can you help me with that, please, Mr. Castillo?
So you have some choices. I recommend facilities director or the facilities or maintenance, because that goes hand in hand about maintaining that. So I let you decide who do that. Both of them will be great representatives, and they attend the meeting. So because they go supervise that kind of work.
Okay, thank you. Which one would you recommend? Which one of the 2 would you recommend of our facilities?
I recommend Sergio for that, if he's available and willing.
Either or would be fine.
Okay, well, I hear a recommendation for Sergio.
I know Mr. Sergio is in the back of the room. He's here, and so I would like him to speak for himself.
He gave me a thumbs up back there.
Okay.
Oh, well, all right, there we are. That's the 3 representations on the Mello Center JPA. All right, Pajaro Valley Education Foundation, we are to have 2 members who serve 3-year terms, which of course would term if they left the board. Pajaro Valley Education Foundation.
I'm willing to do it, but I only have 1 more year.
I got a question. I'm sorry. For the previous one, is it only, how many did you say? It was only 3?
Yes.
Can we add another person if we wanted to? It's just 3?
There's a formal agreement between the City of Watsonville and PVUSD.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I will take the second slot on that then if nobody else wants it. Going once, going twice. Okay, there we go. I hope you're taking these notes, Ms. Renteria. Okay, and we can watch the
Trustee
replay.
Turley, before you go on, because we're coming to this next section of committees, I want to explain to the board about this next section of committees. We're calling this more of a a point of contact for those committees. We're not necessarily expecting board members to attend all of the meetings, but more to serve as the representative who, if these committees wanted to hear from a board member, wanted a board member present for a reason, maybe to attend an awards ceremony or present an award, or to provide a presentation or something like that, that you would be the representative for that committee. So it's not necessarily that you're expected to go to every meeting. You would just be that point of contact for the committee.
So with that understanding, is anyone interested in being the board's liaison with the Adult Education Advisory Committee? Okay, I see Trustee Daniel Dodge Jr. Community Advisory Committee, SELPA. I see Trustee Medina, thank you. CTE Advisory Board.
Can the student trustee and I be on that board? Sorry to volunteer.
Well, so it's not being on that board, it's being the liaison between. But if I believe there's no problem with Trustee Salinas Holtz serving on that if he would like to.
I'd be happy to serve on it. Can we go over which one it was again?
CTE Advisory.
Yeah, career technical education. Daniel was on that with me last time.
Well, I'd be happy to continue Daniel's spot and be a part of that.
Sweet.
That sounds great, thank you.
Trustee Turley. I think you passed this already, but the Community Advisory Committee, is there more than one position on that?
No, so this isn't a position being on the board, it's one liaison between that committee and our board. So they would bring things to us, they would be our, not even an official representative, not a voting representative, but liaison.
One of the things that I heard from the Southwest community is that no one has been showing up to those meetings, and so I wanted to commit to doing that.
So Trustee Medina already signed up for that spot, and I know that Trustee Medina will come and report back to us when he attends those meetings and carry whatever message to us is coming from them, right? Okay, thank you. District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC.
I believe Desi had his hand up.
I just wanted to briefly say, while Trustee Medina had mentioned students being on these, I was going to say this at the end, and I don't know if this is something that has to be said at this meeting while we talk about this or after, but wherever, and I know definitely not all of them, but can be an opportunity to get students involved and be part of these committees. I think we should explore that, and not necessarily just me, maybe figure out what students would be interested. I mean, I know I do the Student Advisory Council and Inter-High Council group, so I definitely know some students who would be, but I'm hoping this isn't something we have to talk about now, because I know it's already a long meeting as it is, but but also I don't want to steal, obviously we're not going to steal the spots of the trustee members, so if there's opportunities. Okay.
You would not be stealing the spot. I just want to make sure from Superintendent Contreras that it's all right if we do that, if we send a student representative. Okay, then you have a list of these committees, maybe talk to students that you know at a variety of schools,
Yes.
not just your own, and see if someone's interested.
And I know that some would not be appropriate for students, I feel like, especially some maybe regarding the budget decisions, and but ones where students can be present, I think it would be meaningful to get students a little more involved. But
that sounds great. Thank you for that suggestion. District English Learner Advisory, DLAC. Trustee Carrasco is interested in that. Thank you very much. I know you've worked on that in the past and that you're passionate about it, so thank you for continuing there. District-wide Green Team. Who's green in the room?
It's like recycling.
Would you like to explain exactly what the green team is? I could make a guess, but I'm not sure.
The district-wide green team is a sustainability team. It's people across the district who are working to make our district green. We have had a number of schools who have won awards for their green efforts and their sustainability efforts. The team meets every 5 to 6 weeks. There's teachers, there's administrators, there are students who are coordinating the efforts of the green team, and that's what that team is. We also have outside consultants who meet with that team too, and people from the county Office of Education as well.
Anybody want to sign up for that?
Student trustee.
He can't do everything, and it is okay if we don't have it on that. And we could leave it vacant now, and if someone has an interest in the future, we can fill out.
I just want to remind the board again that this is not a commitment to attend the meetings all the time. You're just a liaison, a point of contact, a representative for that particular committee or team.
Okay, moving along, Migrant Head Start Policy Advisory.
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco? Oh, were you also?
I was, yeah. What? No, I had said I would do it.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
I'd be interested.
Okay, you're all right with that? Trustee Flynn? Yeah, you're good? Okay. So that is Trustee Carrasco. Pajaro Valley Prevention Student Assistance. I know there was some criticism in the past that some of us were actually on that board that might be a conflict. So this wouldn't be a representative on the board. We would just be periodically attending their meetings and reporting back what's happening and how that affects us. Anybody interested?
I can do that one.
Okay. Trustee Navarro, thank you. And Spectra and Santa Cruz County Alliance for Arts Education. Oh, that's a natural fit. So Trustee Carrasco, thank you. That took a little while, sorry. Okay, we're done with that. Now we're moving on to 6, right? We're all ready to move? Okay. Action report on closed session. Have you received, Trustee Flynn, the readout? Okay. We have a speaker? Oh, well, while you're doing that, we have a speaker on this item. What? It's supposed to be 7-1? Oh, can you change that?
Noel? Okay. 7.1.
Right. Okay, but they're not doing that. Okay, got it. Okay, so we're reading that. Okay, sorry about that little pause. We're ready to move on. Trustee Flores, in your first official act as... I'm so sorry, Trustee Flynn, your first official act as Vice President.
Items 2.1, 2.2, no action. Items 2.7, I don't know, it says BD. Oh, okay. The Board of Trustees voted to approve a separation agreement for the supervisor of M&O. Vote was 6-0-0-1.
And there are two expulsion items, which are 2.3, student discipline. Can I have a motion to approve those actions?
There's a student number for each of those. I'm at the agenda, so the first one, I can read it out.
Okay, I got it.
Do you have the numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
So for expulsion 25-26-006, do we have a motion to approve that expulsion recommendation?
Motion to approve.
That's a motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so I think that was 601. Okay. Oh, because one's missing. Okay. 411. No, because that doesn't add up.
4012.
4012. Thank you. Sorry.
And
Okay.
Ms. Renteria, did you catch who all of the votes were? Okay, great.
Okay. And for the second expulsion, 25-26-007, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
And a second. And all those in favor?
Aye.
And I abstain.
Okay, so that is again 4012. Okay, thank you. All right, done with that. We're moving on to visitors non-agenda. We have 32 cards. We're going to restrict it to 1 minute per speaker. All right, you want to start calling?
Okay, I'm going to call you up. Please line up, and I have Valeria Flores, Valeria Marquez, Emily Rodriguez, Lucas Bellin, or Colin, sorry. Mark Mendoza, and Kenneth William May.
President Turley, can I just announce something? Can you make sure you announce your name before you speak so I can make sure that it's on the record?
I'm off. I have one announcement as well. We have a group of students who each want to speak representing Watsonville High's Club Hope, and I'm hoping we can have them first if that's acceptable to the team.
I also wanted to add what President Flores had stated, that if somebody chooses not to state their name, they're not required to.
Thank you so much. You can state your name. We'd appreciate that. But if you choose not to, that's acceptable.
Okay. Good evening, all. My name is Valeria Marquez, proud daughter of an Ansfeld Elementary School teacher and the president of the Watsonville High School Hope Club. Today, along with our dedicated members, I am proud to present our proposal to establish a peace pole, P-O-L-E, on our campus. I know it's a very controversial night, but please keep an open mind. A peace pole is an international symbol of unity and nonviolence. It carries the message, "May peace prevail on earth," in multiple languages, reminding us that peace begins with our actions, our words, and the way we treat one another. Our proposal is to install a peace pole in a visible, welcoming spot on our campus, so it can serve as a daily reminder of respect, culture, cultural understanding and kindness. The Peace Pole would also represent the diversity within our school. We have already sent our written proposal to the school board and to Dr. Contreras, and we are here today to share it with all of you as well. With your support, we hope to bring this symbol to our campus and inspire a more positive and united school environment for all students. Together, we can make peace not just a message, but as a daily practice on our campus and school district. I just wanted to say also, I love my teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, if your name is read, please come up.
Hello, board. My name is Valeria Flores. I'm a junior at Watsonville High School, and I would love to point out the immaturity and lack of respect towards the public that a majority of the board has. And I would love to also point out the attention to detail you have in your facial expressions. I can really capture your sense of annoyance when the majority of our community isn't agreeing with your way of leading the district. Trustee Navarro and Trustee Flores, if you put as much effort into actually prioritizing and listening to your students, the same way that you talk down to students and staff, then we wouldn't be up here right now booing you. We are cheering for your colleague, Trustee Medina, because he actually does his homework. I would also like to thank our student trustee, Desi Salinas-Holes, for giving all his efforts and staying present in our community. As I know, he also has finals he probably wishes to study for. What I want you to take away from this is that while I speak in front of all these people, just do better for your schools and make sure students like me feel proud to be part of PVUSD.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adele Mendoza. I've worked and known all of you, and I hope you understand and listen to my perspective. These layoffs will have a huge effect to thousands of students and families of PUSD. I am one out of many students impacted by mental health issues. Just this year, I remember the painful messages from classmates and friends after 2 students from our school district died from suicide. I attempted to take my life in March. This heavily impacted my life from my friends witnessing me being transferred from Watsonville to San Francisco, texting them late at night on the school day, me being scared about what it would be returning to school. Returning to school was the hardest time of my life, from living in a hospital to studying for the tests and finals. During this time, I found help from my friends and therapists, but also my mental health clinicians at PVHS. She reminded me of what mattered, myself. She gave me a safe space where I could talk to her or read when I was suffering from suicidal ideation and anxiety. Not just her, many other teachers helped me, and seeing that we are potentially laying off teachers, mental health clinicians, counselors, and special education that are our biggest fighters.
Thank you. I am going to I do need to ask that we keep the general public comments to things that come under the jurisdiction of the board, but that aren't on the agenda in another location. Are we allowing that for students? Okay, in the effort to make sure our students have time to study for our students, we'll allow that. Thank you.
Hello, board. I am Lucas Jolin. I am a student at Aptos High School, and this is my 3rd board meeting that I've been attending. Every single time I've attended because we're trying to cut our teachers. Our teachers there's one choir teacher that is being cut. That is the only choir teacher that we have. And there's so many other teachers that are just very important positions. And if you have heard anything today from anyone here at all, I'm sure you would understand that no one wants these teachers to be cut and no one is okay with these cuts going through. If you would like to, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's your job to listen to your community. So I think that's what you should do in making this decision. Please listen to everyone here. We just had a huge rally outside. Chop from the top. That was our chant. So there's so many other places you can cut from.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Emily Rodriguez, Kenneth William May, Kelly Jamarso. Thank you. Ansel Vanez, Cynthia Rojas, Ricardo Lopez, and Emerson Guzman.
If your name has been called, please step up.
Was that for 7.1, or I still have student cards, but they're on other items?
We're not on 7, oh yeah. Okay. Board, are we amenable to having the students speak even if they're on other items, so they can, okay. Any students who signed a card for 7-1, 7-2, come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, 10-1, 10-2, right? Okay. Okay, we set?
Okay, I'm gonna call all the students up. Cynthia Rojas, Fernando Dimas, Jocelyn Lopez and April Loomis, Jenny Vasquez, Emily Rodriguez, Amelia Candia, Maximiliano Barraza, Abigail Anderson, and June Zellman.
You ready? All right, you're up.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Kelly, soy estudiante de la escuela Watsonville High School. Estoy aquí para apoyar a los consejeros y maestros que están despidiendo a causa del recorte financiero. No se me hace justo que muchos de ellos los despidan.
Un par de frases. Voy a interpretar para ¿sabes? ¿Puedes empezar otra vez? No te...
Mi nombre es Kelly y soy estudiante de la escuela Watsonville High School. Estoy aquí para apoyar a los consejeros y maestros que están despidiendo a causa del recorte financiero.
Gracias. Good afternoon. I'm Kelly from Watsonville High School, and I'm here representing teachers and counselors. I support them, and I really ask that they're not let go due to the financial strain that we're having right now.
No se me hace justo que muchos de ellos los están despidiendo porque nos ayudan a nuestro futuro, sobre todo todos los consejeros como el consejero Uciel Reyes y nuevos maestros que están llegando este año.
I think it's not fair that they're gonna be let go because there's of so much help, especially Counselor Reyes and other teachers.
Todos los consejeros son excelentes ayudándonos y que les muevan el puesto no se me hace justo porque nos ayudan para todo nuestro futuro. Como el consejero Reyes me ayudó a poner mis clases y gracias a eso el año que viene soy senior.
It is really not fair again. They help us so much. They contribute for us to have a good future. They make our classes happen, and thanks to that, I'm going to be a senior next year.
Y también que no sé por qué se quejan si los estudiantes no van a la escuela si de todas maneras los quieren despedir a los maestros.
And so why are you mad anyway that students are not attending school when you're letting go of their teachers?
Let's let the speakers continue, please.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Kenneth y estoy aquí para apoyar a los maestros y a los consejeros que quieren despedir, porque no se me hace justo que los quieran quitar su trabajo, porque gracias a ellos nos ayudan bastante en cosas que no sabemos nosotros mismos, y con la ayuda de ellos podemos seguir avanzando con los estudios, porque si les quitan los trabajos y no tenemos esos apoyos, no sabremos qué hacer en el futuro, porque gracias a ellos se toman su tiempo de su trabajo, a pesar de que tienen muchos trabajos y muy ocupados, se toman el tiempo de ayudarnos y eso se agradece mucho, y no es nada justo de que le quiten los trabajos, porque gracias a ellos podemos seguir adelante, y si se les quitan esos apoyos a nosotros, no nos podemos orientar y se nos va a hacer más difícil para nosotros y para nuestro futuro. Gracias.
Hello, I'm Kinnan. I'm really here in support of teachers and counselors. They help us so much. They give us so much support. They give their time to dedicate to us towards our future. They help us when sometimes we wouldn't know what to do or how to approach certain problems. So I'm very thankful of the time that they give us, and I'm in support for them tonight, for them not to be let go.
Gracias.
Can you hear me? Oh, shit. Hello, my name is Cynthia Rojas. I am from Watsonville High School. I am here in support of not just the teachers that may or may not be laid off in the upcoming supposed budget cut, but also the reading intervention teachers, the special education teachers, and the counselors of PVOSD. Oh my God. I'm sorry for the little bit of personal, but I have been in contact with many of both the social emotional counselors and the academic counselors. If not for them, I would probably not be here. And if not for the academic, I would not have the faith that I could actually make it into Harvard with at least how I'm going. I don't have much to say, but I do want to ask this. Can you not make cuts somewhere else? Can you not make cuts at the top instead of at the bottom? Can you leave the teachers alone and instead look inside into your system and make the budget better from there instead? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hi everybody, my name is Angel Vasquez, and I'm from Watsonville High, and I would just like to speak about a lot of my teachers, because they really mean a lot to me, and to see if I were to see them lay off, it would really hurt a lot. And those teachers are Mr. Pels, Mrs. Yu, Mr. Melanchon, Mr. Heaton, and Miss Yulin. Those people really mean a lot to me, and I really learned a lot this year. You know, they really make learning really fun, and I also like to shout out my friends who didn't make it, Flaco, Pato, and Goggles. Sorry, I call them by their nicknames. But yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, trustee members. My name is Emerson Guzman. I'm a junior at Watsonville High, and I came here to speak upon of our teachers and our counselors who are in trouble of being cut off about their jobs their own jobs that they use to fund their lives and help them move forward. And I think it's a very, very bad idea. I mean, there's been a good amount of suicides lately that's happened in our community. I mean, I knew he was one of my friends. His name is Nick. He passed away due to suicide because of there's no one there with him. And I think cutting off counselors would be a very bad idea, and cutting off just teachers in general, because they're there for us. And I think I'd like to thank my ELS teacher, Mr. Pels, for helping me gain the confidence to come up here and talk with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Ricardo Lopez. I'm a junior at Watsonville High School, and I'm tired of what's going on. I'm tired of them cutting off our supportive needs, such as counselors, because due to recent events at our high school, one of the first things they decide to do is lay off our counselors when we need them the most right now. Today, I'll be here standing with my brother if it wasn't for him committing suicide. He lost a lot. He didn't have anyone to guide him, and hearing that they're cutting off the counselors, it makes me sad, because if a student needs someone, where are they going to go towards if there's no one for them? And if it wasn't for the counselors helping me today, I probably also wouldn't be standing here today.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Jenny Vasquez. I'm a sophomore at Watsonville High. And it's honestly crazy how you listen and respond to the criticism, but not the people that actually have to speak about something, like the teachers that, by the way, have a voice as the people that criticize you. Oh, and the lady with the blonde, I don't know your name, so sorry. When you said that there isn't an I in a team and that it takes 4 people to do something, well, guess what? There's also a saying that says it takes a whole village to make a change, and all of us in this room are the village. Also, I know you were just dissing us about our reading and writing skills, but guess what? I'm here talking to you. And thanks to the teachers that have been teaching me throughout my whole years in school, I'm up here talking to you, trying to make a change for our community and our school. Also, shout out to Serrano and shout out to the guy right there.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, board. I'm Maximiano Barras Hernandez, junior at PV High and vice president of Opportunities for Action. Opportunities for Action is a student-led group aimed at informing and mobilizing our community. But I'm here to address the staff layoffs. I find it appalling that the area being cut to save money is directed towards the staff that directly works with students. And even though the district is in a bad place financially, thanks to actions of past school boards, cutting teacher positions is not the answer. Instead, the district should stop creating unnecessary administrative positions and hiring high-priced consultants. To really consider student outcomes, you need to listen to students and teachers alike. Unfortunately, the only board members that have actually had spaces to speak to students and teachers are Trustee Gabriel Medina and Student Trustee Desi. Thank you, Gabriel Medina and Desi, to actually listening and responding to the community.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Amaya, and I am a sophomore at Watsonville High. I honestly think it's so upsetting that you are even thinking of laying teachers, counselors, and support staff off. It's even more upsetting that staff are scared, especially my mom, who is a behavioral technician. It's sad seeing her be so scared to lose her job. It is so pathetic that I have to come up here today and speak, since none of you ever listen to anyone who speaks. It's like these meetings are just us talking in one ear and going out the next. Taking away our support staff will not help us. This will only help you, which shows you aren't doing much to protect us. You need to see the impact that teachers, counselors, and support staff have on us. If you claim to care about us, then listen to us. Show that we can trust you, because right now, I don't think anyone here trusts you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fernando, and I hate how you guys think you can cut the school board in half. I just really miss some of my teachers because they had to move. And I know you guys are trying to cut the counselors out, and I know some counselors really help people to not do suicide. And it's kind of messed up how you guys want to move the counselors and delete them, because it's not right. And also, I know somebody who's blonde who looks down on people, so yeah, I don't know why you're there.
Thank you.
Yo soy su mamá de Fernando Dimas y yo quiero decirle a la comunidad que hay que ver en qué manos, en qué personas dejamos nuestros hijos. Porque yo veo que esto que están haciendo ahorita de recortar maestros y que todos ocupan ayuda, más como ellos que tienen un problema. Y ahorita veo que hay mucha persona muy mal de pensamiento, entonces pienso que tenemos que nosotros pensar en dónde vamos a dejar nuestros hijos y a quién vamos a apoyar. Gracias.
I think we need to be thinking clearly about who we're leaving our children with. We can't leave them with anyone, especially kids who have special needs. And we need to be thinking better about the decisions we're making for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
We were both wondering if we could still read our comments during 10.3 because we feel they're still relevant then. Is that okay?
You could read your 10.3 comments now if you'd like, and then...
We feel like they're more relevant to be read during the issue.
Okay, then you can pass for right now and come back later.
Can I get your
Can you
names
pull
one
the
more
cards?
time?
Yeah, so she can pull the cards out.
Abigail Anderson and Jean Zellman.
Can I get the timer?
Reset the time, please, thanks.
Good evening, board members, families, students, and faculty. My name is Emily Rodriguez. I am a 10th grade student at Watsonville High School and the director at large of Teen Action Council. Before you take away the staff that help the students in duress, who help children with disabilities, feel, understand, and step in before a student goes into crisis, you must cut where it does not harm students, like reduce administrative overhead, cut expensive outside consultants, delay non-urgent purchases, and tech cycles. Did you know that one single administrator's salary could fund the very adults who sit with students in crisis, who help them read, who help them feel safe? Choosing administration over the people is choosing the system over the students. This is a choice. At the moment, the choice is being made to hurt the classroom instead of bureaucracy. Students need mental health support. Student needs aids. Students need stability. You cannot claim you support equity or safety if you eliminate the staff that provide it. Do better. Choose the cuts that protect the students, not the district office. Choose the students first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, I'm going to start calling the adults now. Or do you have another student?
I have students here, so I wonder if I could just be the first of adults. I have my own kids who we...
Oh, because you have little ones and you want to go home, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Remember, these are the ones who dropped the ball, and they could have been PVSD kids, but...
We got to stick with students. Sorry, Chris.
Is there more students?
I know. Are we done with students? Okay. And we're on now to public comments, right? And is that what you want to talk on? Is there general public comment,
yes.
not an agenda item? Okay.
So, yeah, the last time I was here with my kids would have been November 8th, 2023, 44-minute and 44-second mark. And I was actually thinking about it just recently because at the last meeting, Trustee Medina, you had asked about why we spent money on the paint, right? Because it's such a superficial thing. And then actually, if anyone cares to go look at the last time I was here with my kids, listen to what that Renaissance kid, what he said. And basically, it's the same thing. We're misspending money. We're not prioritizing right. If you hear somebody say, hey, 7 CBOs, you know what? I've dealt with so many bosses in here who've gotten it wrong like year after year. So like the real expertise, like don't let ES effective school boards fool you. The real expertise is on this side. If you choose not to go with the stakeholders, you're messing up. On the North Korean side, by the way, they have multiple committees where they thoughtfully do this. We should be thoughtfully having a committee and make like methodical cuts like a surgeon, not a Civil War doctor. We don't need to amputate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, I will now call forward Takashi Mizuno, Elaine Shea, Mads Realmuto, Bobby Peltz, Blanca Arana, and Nat Lowe.
Good evening again, Takashi, and I have advocated for student trustee Desi to become one of the agenda setting committee, as you said. Yeah, we agree. Anyway, regarding increasing revenues since 2024, last year, I have advocated for bringing the high school students of SAPA Charter School to 3 PBUSD high school or 4 PBSC high schools while keeping the middle school part of SAPA. There have been around 250 high school students at SAPA Charter School. And I advocated for Saber Justice School to be able to stay in the current place on Locust Street in 2022, 2023, and 2024. And I have been always on the opposite side of many people. And this is one of the cases. Thank you, Medina.
Thank you, Takashi.
Hi, my name is Eileen Shea. I'm an adaptive physical education specialist, and I'm here tonight to address a concern that recently circulated on social media regarding special education services and the pending cuts. In response to the post, Trustee Navarro stated that our SELPA department needs a complete overhaul. It has been mismanaged for years, and we are doing a disservice to these kids. Standing up for the students is important, and we all share that commitment. But publicly criticizing an entire department, especially one made up of people who work every day with deep care and passion for our students, is disrespectful and unprofessional. If there were concerns about SELPA, the appropriate steps would have been to speak directly with the director or staff, not to broadcast those concerns publicly. Our educators deserve the same respect we expect them to show our students and families. We all know that special education has its challenges, and things don't always run perfectly, but the people who do this work are deeply committed to our students' success. Undermining them publicly does not build trust, collaboration, or improve services. I urge us all, board members, staff, and community, to foster a culture of respect and professionalism when discussing.
I'm sorry, your time is up. We need to move on. We need to move on to the next speaker. Okay, start.
Bob Powell, Baltimore High School. Tonight, I'm grateful to see a community full of people who are all here because they love our kids, and kids that are all here because they love their teachers. And some of them are mine, so thank you guys. You make me very proud. Regardless of what happens tonight, that gives me hope. But it also means that you have an opportunity tonight. You can tap into this passion in this room and choose to work with the people who serve our students every day. So far, the superintendent has chosen a different approach. She's tightened her grip on control, spun her own narrative, and moved forward without including teachers and staff. But that's her choice. It does not have to be yours. You are not her echo. You are the voice of the people. You owe this community decisions that truly put students first, but you cannot put students first if you put educators last. This room is not your enemy. It is your greatest resource. Choose partnerships. Work with us. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mads Romito, parent. Your job is to hold the district accountable in addition to serving our students. Last year, my daughter's special day class had 4 different teachers because the district could not secure a credentialed special education teacher. For a 5-year-old, that level of instability isn't disruptive, it's damaging. For nearly 3 months, she and her classmates had a substitute with no special education training or credential. She showed her distress the only way she could. Her already bad sleep got worse. She became aggressive, had accidents, and stopped wanting to go to school. The aides worked incredibly hard, but without a qualified special education teacher, these students lose the structure and expertise they depend on. Her IEP requires 26 hours per week of specialized instruction. For 12 weeks, those services were not delivered. That means that the district did not implement her IEP. The same is true for many students taught for months by substitutes not authorized to teach special education. PDUSD's reliance on subs that are not credentialed is a problem. Consider what you're doing tonight because you already cannot deliver on IEP.
Thank you.
Hi, Nat Lowe, Area 7. I'm speaking as part of Pajaro Valley for Ethnic Studies and Justice. I just want to say that our group is still waiting on the public records request that we filed 6 months ago regarding the list of consultant contracts that the district has done since May of last year when Superintendent Contreras took over. And Trustee Navarro on social media also promised to get us the information that we asked for. So I want to remind the district and the trustees to follow California law and also keep your word when you say that you're going to do something instead of just hoping that we just go away, because as former trustees Acosta and Soto learned last year, our group does not give up and go away.
Thank you.
Trustee President Turley, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to direct staff to fulfill that requirement that's been requested before the school year ends. Can you get that to me or to the group? Can you give me a verbal yes?
I think we're okay getting that done.
Yes,
I think
perfect.
we'll make
Thank
that a priority, but it's not on the agenda, so we're not going to discuss it further than that.
Perfect.
But thank you for
Thank you.
bringing that up.
Okay, the next speakers are Blanca Arana, Bill Beecher, Omar Dieguez, Lisa Bates, Yurbelid Zayas, I'm really sorry, and Amaya Moeller.
This is based on the training class that you sent me to. Academic goals for PVUSD, I have 2. I'll only be able to cover 1. English language learners. There are 40% of our student population who are English language learners presently, and with less than 4% of them meeting the state ELA or English language arts goal. That's terrible. So, students who have been in our school district more than 4 years must transition to English by the 8th grade before 2028. After that, the students that have been in our school district more than 3 years must transition by the 5th grade. Those are guardrails. Students with disabilities. I'm not going to go into that one because I don't have enough time, but we fail miserably. 18% of our student population are students with disabilities, only 8% meet the state standards. The County Office of Education gets 16%, Scotts Valley does 20% that meet the standards. We should copy them.
Thank you,
Bill.
Bill.
The program.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yerbelit, and I'm the parent of 2 special aid education. His name is Josiah, and that's their teachers, and that's Jeremiah. I would have brought them here, but they're autistic, so they cannot be here too much time. So they're family members to them. So they see them every day, and they help them every day to succeed. So I see them as a family members, the teachers, you can see them. So please, consider this and don't be like ICE and separate families apart. Please, PVSD, consider this. They are special ed. They need the support. They need families together to grow, to learn. And they improve so much. As you can see, they love to go to school. And if they're not happy, I'm happy to take them. But if they're not happy anymore, I'm not gonna take my kids to a place that has 1 teacher and 1 aide. I don't feel they're gonna be safe. So they both have an AP. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
This community has been suffering for such a long time. First of all, President Carol Turley, Vice President Joy Flynn, Gabriel, congratulations on your new positions. This community has been struggling with this board for a long time. And what this community needs now is healing. And I hope that you bring healing. This new leadership brings healing to this community. And they're gonna get that healing, guess how? By the teachers, by the counselors that work in these schools with these students, that see them on a daily basis, that show up for them when nobody else does show up for them. We need to protect our students. We need to protect our counselors, our teachers. That's how they're gonna begin to heal. This community has suffered for too long. Too long. You heard all the students that came up here that talked about suicide. And you guys want to cut those jobs? If that doesn't hurt you or even concern you, their voices, then you don't belong up there. Please bring this community healing, bring them the counselors, keep the teachers, keep the tools that are working to keep our kids safe.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bates. I'm a special education teacher for post-secondary. I just want to point out, Lisa Bates, I'm a post-secondary teacher for special education, and I'm noticing that most people here are here about the proposed cuts, which you guys chose to put at the end of the night, and now the room is clearing out, as I guess by design. So it would just be a spirit of collaboration. It'd be nice if you guys would respect the people that came to speak about the cuts that you're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Turley, can I make a comment?
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I just want to put into the record that Stephen Miller, who is Donald Trump's chief of staff, said that if immigrants were excluded from the scores, standardized scores would go up, which sounds very similar to what somebody just recently said. And this is, in fact, the opposite of the truth, also known as a malicious lie. It is true that children learning English as a second language may take a few years to become comfortable in it, and during the time they may receive lower grades. So I just want to make sure.
Trustee Medina, it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, I'm responding to a comment. I just want to make sure that we know that English language learners are of value, and I want to make sure that that person who said those malicious comments knows that.
All right, I'm going to call the next speakers. Delilah Macedo, Bobby Marshall, Donna Lefevre, Carolyn West, Cindy Ediger, Aaron Johnson, Dr. Barraza, Noel Brand, and Julian Belen.
Good evening, Delilah Macedo. I was extremely disappointed by the board's decision to approve the CTO, especially when we're facing cuts. At the last meeting, the superintendent stated that the assessment coordinator, quote, works very, very closely with the director of technology. As someone who has worked in the assessment department for 5 years, I can confidently say this is not accurate. Our department has its own applications analyst. We maintain our own systems and we pull our own data. Technology does not manage our core applications or databases. During Mr. Berman's presentation later, please ask him who pulled the data. Earlier this year, we met with cabinet members. Our department was told that the assessment coordinator position would be restored at a later date. Yet, at the last meeting, in an effort to persuade board members to approve the position, the superintendent said the role would be eliminated and merged to the CTO position. This contradicts what staff were told and contradicts the district's own budget presentation. These inconsistencies raise concerns about transparency and restructuring of departments without clear communication to staff. Decisions of this magnitude deserve honesty, consistency, and accountability.
Thank you.
Board, I hope you will greatly consider Medina's proposal to go to every 2 weeks, which it used to be, because this meeting, the reorganization used to be its own meeting, not all of this business after, which is why 2.5 hours in before we even got to public comments, which is also why the vote should not have been taken tonight, because it's ridiculous how late it's getting. I do want to take a moment to say thank you to Claudia Monjares over here, as well as to some of these board members who advocated for our teachers, as well as our CBO. I want to say thank you, Gerardo, for the time to meet with us and to make sure that our teachers got paid for our letters training, which they did today. So thank you for making that right. And I also hope and trust thank you that I've also understood that it will continue. And I hope and trust that it will also continue for new cohorts for our locally funded charters, because as part of the district, our students are also just as important. So thank you for that commitment that the board made to keep paying our teachers for that training. And we look forward to more teachers joining that soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Lefevre. I'm a math teacher at Watsonville High School. I do want to add to what Trustee Medina said. people who are bilingual or speak multiple languages have higher cognition than people who just speak one language. So any standardized test that's showing that they might not be up to whatever standard, it's not accurately reflecting their intellectual capacity. So I appreciate that you made that comment to clarify so everyone is aware. I also want to advocate, I know later in the meeting you're talking about layoffs, which I can't even comprehend why that would be on the list at all. The money is there. I did a research on it. Okay, but I want to advocate for smaller class sizes. I'm going the reverse of what you're trying to do. We need smaller class sizes. I've worked at schools where kids are thriving, and you know what? My class size was 25-1, and I had an aide that pushed in. Right now, I have a class size of 35, and my students are suffering. Be on the side of supporting our students.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Julianne Bellin, and I am the parent who has a spouse that is able to put kids to bed, so I'm going to go fast and get everything in that I can. Number one, if you don't want us to be talking so much at these, please give us town halls, give us office hours. All of you should be holding office hours, at least one of you every single week. Give us 8 hours worth of town hall every month, and all of us will stop talking so much here. Number two, I am speaking on behalf of my friend who had to go home, who is a parent to a first grader as well, and she is a behavioral therapist. Research has shown freshly prepared on-site meals not only decrease aggressive behavior, but also increase academic performance. We, like many, rely on school lunches and want to see a change from packaged food to more locally sourced, freshly prepared meals at all schools. Students whose families cannot afford a $30K private tuition deserve healthy meals too. And I think I've said it before, if you're gonna poison my nephew for allergies, please do it on purpose, not through incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Carol and Joy, congratulations. Olivia and Misty, I want to take the opportunity myself and on behalf of many families that I know that would easily fill this room, to thank you for your hard work as president and vice president. You showed up, you made a good faith effort to learn as you went, you sacrificed much and bared up under much undue pressure, so thank you. Also would like to pray a quick blessing over the rest of the night. Father, thank you that you are good and you are here. I ask that you lead and guide the rest of this evening. I pray that you'd impart your peace to every heart and mind here. I ask that you bless and protect every trustee and their families. Continue to give them the heart, strength, and courage required to bear up under the responsibility of their position and the inevitability.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Please, everyone.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Amen. Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Edinger. I was one of the staff shuffled last year. Oh, hi, Cindy Edinger. I was one of the staff shuffled last year from the budget cuts. I was at Renaissance High School, taught math there for 5 years, and then moved to EA Hall Middle School. This is our counselor. I was with smaller class sizes and throughout the day, and then I went from 40 a day to 160. I'm the only 8th grade math teacher at EA Hall Middle School. It is so freaking hard. And I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't do my job half as good if I didn't have Wendy. I need my Wendy's. I need my social emotional counselors. I need my wellness center. I'm like a newbie, you guys. I'm new at doing this, and it's really hard. I have behavioral issues that are out of control in my classroom, and I don't have the support I need, and it's just me. And sometimes I have 35 students, sometimes I have 28. It's really hard. I have to go home early because my autistic son is in the PV Elevate program. He's alone right now. I need to go home. But I wanted to say, if nothing else, 5 furlough Fridays.
Thank you.
Just cut us all 5 days off.
Thank you. Your
State of
time is up.
California does
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Noelle Brand. I'm a Mar Vista parent. I'm also a teacher at CCMS, and I wanted to talk about the issue of lowering enrollment. So I can tell you why we have lowering enrollment as an elementary school parent, and that's because at Mar Vista, our parents do not feel that the district creates a safe environment or has rigor. There is not any faith, and I understand Ed Code cuts a lot of this at our knees. I totally understand that. But what is seen, felt, and believed, the perception that we have is that the admin in the towers does nothing to support our administrative staff and our teachers on site for behavior and mitigating that. I also wanted to talk about this idea of rigor. There is a lot of stress placed on the teacher in the classroom to provide rigor. And I want to say that's a district thing. We've had 3 math curriculums in middle school in the past 4 years. It takes time to learn that. We need your help. We can't have a swing to the pendulum on one side and a swing to the pendulum on the other side. So I just want to ask that as a district, we fix these problems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. You know, I am Carolyn, the nurse, Carolyn West. Congratulations, President Turley and Vice President Flynn. I'm going to talk about the expected cuts later because I'm signed up a couple more times. Something came up, actually, Desi, when you were speaking. Is there a reason why the smaller high schools aren't referred to? Because I'm the nurse for Diamond Tech, and they have a lot of stuff going on. And so I wondered about that, because there is Renaissance and New School also. I don't know if you can answer that. Not really? Okay. Well, I'm just throwing that out there as a question because, you know, I can only speak on behalf of my White Tigers, but, and Marcy, who's just awesome. There's a lot going on there, and I think it deserves to be acknowledged also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Barraza. I wasn't going to speak today, but I was inspired by a couple of things. When the calendar came up, I remembered that this is the second year where students have not gotten Indigenous Peoples Day off in October, and I wonder why, since it's a federal holiday. Kids really need that break in October, so I don't know why they're not getting it. I also noticed that Cesar Chavez Day has been lumped in with spring break, and I'm not sure why that has happened either, because that's also a federal holiday, and kids should get a break in March. And lastly, Trustee Navarro, you speak about respect, yet you displayed little to none. You constantly fail to see how you instigate disrespect, and you only see yourself as a victim. I don't have much confidence, but I hope that you learn that you affect other people before they affect you.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that. We are now moving on to 8 employee organization comments. We'll start first with PVFT, Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Dean.
6. 3. Good evening. Thank you to the board for giving me these 5 minutes to speak with you tonight. I want to start out by shouting out all of the members of the community, the classified staff, and all of our members who showed up to rally and demand that the district put students first. You all hold the power, not the school board. They are in their seats for as long as we keep them there. We had over 200 people out there show up tonight, and it is so disrespectful that you've come here with your minds made up and you don't care what they're telling you. My comments tonight are geared towards the public, our members, and the members of the board who have yet to make up their mind. What we are witnessing here tonight is the result of a superintendent who is in over her head and relies more on consultants than collaboration. We can look to history or even to current events to help guide us and show us that the only way to make meaningful change is to fight like hell for it, to organize, to keep speaking truth to power, and to never give up. Look at what is happening across the state of California. Contra Costa just had a strike that led to their union securing an 8% raise over the next 2 years. They would not have gotten that raise by being kind. United Educators of San Francisco has approved a strike with 99.3% yes vote. Teachers in Madera have been on strike. Natomas declared their strike ready. Berkeley has declared impasse. UTLA has declared impasse. Dorte Unified impasse. Newport Mesa impasse. Evergreen School District impasse. San Ramon Valley impasse. Educators across this state are organizing to demand that we put students first because they can't wait. Our members and the community need to recognize that the district's motto of being kind is a direct attempt to silence us and create a narrative of respectability politics. This district does not respect us, and they do not respect our students. We will fight hard, and we will fight with respect to put our students first. I can tell you right now, with the way negotiations are going, we're going to be at impasse too, because whatever we propose just comes back across the table with a strike through it, because you guys are getting your advice from Sarah sitting right here, because you can't think for yourselves. There are so far too many unanswered questions for this board to vote on layoffs tonight. The fact that half the community has started to leave was all by design. You're trying to break people down and wear them out because you don't care to listen. We demand that you reject these cuts until we have answers. Put our students first. Why are we not using this time to start initiating discussions of a school closure, selling the towers, and relocating the district office? Why hasn't the district given us the numbers on the amount of administrators we've had in 2018 to compare to today? Because all we hear is we haven't been right-sizing with declining enrollment. I am telling you that is a lie. We have. I know what our number of FTE was in 2018, and I know what it is today, and it has gone down by between 12 and 17%. So we have been right-sizing through attrition this whole time, and what they are telling you is not true. If it was, where are the numbers that support how many positions, how many administrators have we grown since 2018? Because that's where the growth is. It is not in our bargaining unit, and it is not in the classified bargaining unit. It is in the towers. Rallies are fun. They're really fun. But the work of the union runs so much deeper than this, and we need our members to stand in solidarity with one another. There are so many great ways that our members can join us in the fight. Take the Housing Plus survey or get trained to administer it to the members at your site. Contribute to our newsletter. Join a contract action team. Come to our social at Jalisco's tomorrow. Gabe, Joy, you guys are invited. And help us fight to put students first in everything you do every day at your school site. No matter what happens tonight, we need to continue showing up and fighting for our students, because this administration has shown that they are willing to sacrifice our students' mental health supports, dismantle our student special ed program, and put their own salaries ahead of our most vulnerable students. We need to pay close attention to what board members say and how they vote tonight. I'm so disappointed in Carol and a little disappointed in Jessica right now. And those who do not put students first, need to be voted out of office. Keep these cuts away from the classroom and put students first.
Thank you, Mr. Denise.
I want everybody here to say that with me a couple times, please.
Your time is up. Your time is up. I'm going to have to ask the room to quiet down, or we will shut down the meeting. Thank you. I should call that. Our president from CSEA is here. Thank you.
Thank you, President-elect. Congratulations to President-elect Hurley and Vice President Flynn. With these roles come responsibility to elevate transparency, collaboration, and excellence, especially in decisions as serious as tonight. I want to start by acknowledging the fiscal reality we face, declining enrollment and sunsetting of one-time funds and that are real, and classified staff understand the need for long-term solvency. We live here, our children attend these schools. We care deeply about PVUSD and its stability, but financial responsibility does not mean rushing or bypassing merit system and our CBA requirements. And it does not mean labor partners should be learning life-changing impacts through board documents. When layoffs are being considered, accuracy and due process, collaboration is just something that's not optional. The 24-25 unaudited actuals show a general fund ending balance of $106.8 million, over $40 million in assignments, and more than $10 million in reserves, and a positive $6.8 million variance. That tells us that we have challenges, but not a crisis. It doesn't justify moving forward without validated data or full partnership. We deserve partnership. Before cutting more than 100 classified positions, we need to fully understand the impact of this, and it is my understanding that the district does not. This means reviewing the job families, FTE counts, funding sources, account strings, seniority, reemployment rights. That is not resistance. That is responsible stewardship. I need you to understand the difference. And I must name what is happening. The district is recommending an elimination of positions while simultaneously posting substitute openings for the exact classifications that they are eliminating. Instructional assistants, behavior technicians, healthcare assistants. Why put employees through the trauma only to hire them back without benefits? The goal to save on benefits costs, if that's the goal, is to save on benefits costs, then let's be transparent and discuss smarter options, because that is against the law. One such option came from the Sustainable Budgeting Committee, where I brought forward a student calendar shift approach. That's something that will not cost the district one penny or one job. Hear me out and lean on me. It will strengthen attendance, strengthen ADA, and protect ongoing programs from dismantling and classified workforce. It would support our teachers from burnout, our administrators from burnout, and our students from burnout. We would have a break in October. We would have a break in March. It would be a beautiful thing. Hear me out. Lean on me. Lean on us. Our labor partners are not your opposition. We are stakeholders, and we are partners, and we are problem solvers. We see this system through the eyes of the people who open our schools, feed our students, support instruction, hear their fears, save their lives, and comfort them when they break. We want to help protect students and stabilize our workforce. Our negotiations are not going well either. And that is part of a larger pattern that we face. PVFT is facing their own challenges, and CSEA stands with them tonight because we love them and we care about them. What they do strengthens us, and what we do strengthens them. When one unit is destabilized, all units feel it, and the students feel it the most. Our CBA requires labor to be an active participant in this process. Please hear that again. Personnel Commission rules require a transparent, lawful method. With known miscoding and data inconsistencies, it is even more essential to validate every single position before an irreversible decision is made. A deep and accurate analysis is not a delay. It is the path to a responsible decision, and I urge you all to ask for that tonight and vote to not go through with what they're asking you to do. You can ask for more clarity, you can require the correct process, and PVSD will be stronger because of it. Thank you.
Next up, Communication Workers of America.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Congratulations, President Turley and Vice President Flynn, for your elections tonight. My name is Mike Floor, and I am a steward for CWA, Communication Workers of America. I am also an elected e-board member for the local in San Jose. I'm here with David Romo tonight. We are both substitutes in the district. We've got a combined almost 50 years of subbing experience between the two of us. And the things that I'm going to get into in the next couple minutes the two of us definitely have experience and we know firsthand about these dynamics at different sites and experiences that subs get when they walk into the office. But before I get into that, as an e-board member of the local in San Jose, we are basically dealing with budgets. That's what our meetings are for. We all review all the expenditures, we look at the checks and the receipts from everything. All 9 e-board members have to sign off on everything. There's total transparency about any expenditures. And so I have an empathetic heart and ear and head towards budget restrictions. Tonight is very contentious. There's a lot of intense things going on. And I felt at times tonight that our issues that we're going to talk about right now seem kind of insignificant compared to some of these big behemoth issues. But for us, it's very important. We have a sunshine proposal that's going to be shared with you right after I speak, and I'm hoping that you will allow us to negotiate some working environment conditions related to signing up for a job. We are certificated teachers. We're substitutes. We hold the lowest level credential, but it is a teaching credential, and you have to have a bachelor's degree to get that. So we are educated professionals, and we sign up for jobs based on our experience and our preferences so we can provide the best teaching experience for the students that day. Last year, Dr. Contreras held a student committee, and the first priority that the students bubbled up from all 3 high schools was the quality of the substitutes. And I will admit that there is a wide range of quality between the substitutes. We probably got 40 to 50 full-time active substitutes. I think there were 42 subs last year that worked over 90 days and got the incentive bonus. So we appreciate that you allowed us to have that again for this school year. But we want to talk about and codify some of the ambiguities that happen at sites when we walk into the office when they change the class completely, or a teacher who worked a different grade level the year before switched grades and that didn't get updated in the subsystem. Anything that modifies the job that we signed up for, I would like to have some policies on the website attached to our contract so that it clears up any ambiguities. And the specific things will come at a later date, but that's basically what we're asking in our sunshine. We're not asking for raises this time. There's a little bit of a rate issue related to some of these issues that I'm talking about right now. And so our negotiations here is really just about codifying some policies. And we also want to get the clause in the PVFT contract that says retired teachers that come back and sub or work in the classroom at all get a higher percentage of pay. Case by case, that is being handled and managed by HR. And we just want to clear up any ambiguities around that and codify that into our contract as well. That way we are linked with PVFT as far as that's concerned. I brought David here tonight too. I'm going to give him an opportunity to say a couple things related to that, but I encourage you to allow us to negotiate these things in our sunshine proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
As a person, I have to walk into many assignments and I walk into different situations. And I can see this, that the way you guys treat each other is pathetic. If I was to treat my students like that, I would be dismissed immediately. The way you guys treat each other. It's not good. It doesn't look good. The more you the more you put out in negativity is the more you're going to get. Period. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to 9, public hearing, 9.1, Sunshine Proposal for Communication Workers of America.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Contreras, and community. I have for you this evening, under Government Code Section 3547, the Road Act, a requirement that initial bargaining proposals to be presented for public comment. This public hearing provides the opportunity for public comment related to the initial bargaining proposals from PVUSD to CWA. Communication Workers of America, Local 9423, is the union for PVUSD's substitute teachers, and it's recommended that the board accept CWA's Sunshine proposal to PVUSD for the 2026 school year for the following articles for the master contract: working conditions and related matters, wages, Article 5, payroll, reporting and lists, letters of agreement, and the proposal is attached. You heard from Mike Floor about our intention to come to the table around these issues. So the actual approval will come under consent later in the agenda.
Thank you. Any board comments? No? Any public comments? All right, thank you very much. That moves us on to 10.1, consider approval of certification of the 2025-26 first interim budget report. Mr. Castillo, thank you.
Good evening, President Turley, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. Before I start my presentation, I want to take a moment to give thanks to Alexis Turley and the fiscal team for completing this first interim report. We track over 110,000 accounts in this report, in the 180 report that is in your package. As always, our objective, we always keep our vision and mission statement. I'm going to try to go a little quick to catch us on time. Our objective of this presentation is to show a clear picture where our fiscal situation is, our fiscal picture as of today. We will spend the majority of our time discussing the general fund and its major components, but we will also talk about other funds that we usually don't discuss. And of course, we will talk about our multi-year projections and why we are a qualified status. I want to say that from the beginning, we are in qualified status, and we have submitted this report to the County Office of Education, and they are in the reviewing process. And there will be a perfect opportunity after comments or for questions at the end. So our first interim, what is in your package, is the actual expenditures from July 1 through October 31st, and projections for the fiscal year to the end, and in addition, the projections for the following 2 years. Again, we are in qualified status, and what that means is that we are required to do the budget not just for this year, but to the following years, and we do not meet the reserves, the 3% required reserves in 27-28. What are the components in the budget, in the general fund? We have our ADA is 13,124. However, due to declining enrollment and declining ADA, we get funded based on the average of the last 3 years, and that is 13,454 ADA. Our cost of living adjustment is 2.34%. Our unduplicate accounts is 81.17%, and that is by large is the average of the last 3 years. One positive thing about this year is we're getting additional revenue for transitional kindergartner per ADA, and that is 5,545. That's an area where the governor increased revenue, and that is to meet the requirement on having 2 adults per class for a class size of 20-1. We also received some money for lottery. The lottery is breaking down between restricted and restricted. The restricted is we can only use it for instructional supplies. So within the general fund, the revenues, for the purpose of the presentation, we presented the unrestricted and the combined. The unrestricted, we have about 229 million. 96% is directly related to average daily attendance. And saying that here, like I'm gonna say that again, is what can you do to help your student learn, show up in school? And at the same time, that helps the district fiscally, yes, by the end to be there. But yes, the goal is to learn them, and then also we don't get paid if the student doesn't show to school. And the combined revenue, we have almost $345 million. When we've combined the general fund and the other state revenues, 87% of our funding combined is directly from the state. We really depend on the state funding purposes. So now let's talk about the general fund. Again, we're breaking it down between unrestricted and combined. The total unrestricted salaries and benefits is 90% for salaries and benefits. And when we do the combined, it's about 75%. In the operating expenditures in the unrestricted, the majority of those expenditures are related to utilities. They are on the line. When you see that combined is almost double, and that's where we had the majority of our contracts in the restricted portion. Within the general fund, we have many, many programs, and one of those is the education protection account, and that is the workers in California for the high earners, higher taxes, and by law we had to 100% is spent on in teacher salaries and benefits. The charter funds, they also have these funds. They receive their own money directly. We show it up in here too, both the general fund and the charter fund. So everything in here is for salaries and benefits for teachers. Oh, go back. So within the general fund, we just have some programs that we call it contribution. We have $44.7 million, and we have two in our district. One is the special education. What that means is we do not receive enough money from the federal and the state to provide special education services. So 66% of our special education expenditures are really coming from the unrestricted portion because we contribute with the money. So we have to keep track of that in the special ed, but the actual funding source comes, 66% comes from the unrestricted. And then we have the restricted maintenance account. We need to spend minimum of 3% to maintain our assets, our buildings. Okay, there's a lot of numbers on this slide, but I will slow down. I will ask you to focus on the beginning, bond balance and the unrestricted. So we started with $60.5 million, and we are projected to end there with almost $54 million. I want you to remember the number, $12.1 million, that's a deficit spending. We will talk about in the future slides. And then as a combined, we start with $106 million fund balance, $106.8 million, and we expect to finish with $70.8 million. So I want to point out that there's a lot of deficit spending in the restricted portion. However, that's not our major issue because those are programs. They are usually multi-year funded, and we have a fund balance that carry overs. Our main issue that we have been discussing since I started here is in the unrestricted portion due to our major programs and declining enrollment. So I want to make that clear. Remember that 12 million and the 70 million. So a question that I might ask myself, I was watching this, so where do you have this $70.8 million? And here is that answer. So the majority is we have a legally restricted, those are programs, and you can find that in page 51 or 178 of your report. And then we have the deficit spending. You know, we are we had deficit spending. We use those reserves to cover deficit spending in the future years. And then we had economic uncertainties, the 3%, that's a calculated amount. So the $70 million there agrees to the $70 million here. And then our adopted budget, that was, as a first interim, our deficit spending increased to $12.1 million. You saw that in the previous slide, $12 million. So where, that's an increase of almost $1.7 million. So what are those changes? What really happened? And here it is, there's some pluses and minuses. I'm gonna slow down so you could see what it says in here, because there's a lot of information in there. It's gonna take 1 second. So there's some pluses and minuses in there. The majority of those changes are due to settlements for the Assembly Bill 218. So an increase in insurance costs. We purchased 10 new buses. So, and there is also, for full transparency, we are quantifying the savings for those positions that we think we will not fill for the rest of the year. So I'll combine the deficit spending increased by $1.7 million. It's important to know that the adopted budget was really created back in May 2025, when a lot of information was unknown. Some items were not budgeted. Our board approved it in June, but really we were working, school districts completed like in May. So that's not blaming anybody, just part of that happens as time comes. There's a lot of the first interim is the one who has the most changes than any other interim report. Up to this point, we discussed the general fund. We have many other funds, and actually this one slide summarizes 85 pages in your report. So we talk about general fund, but within the special revenue funds, we have charter fund, child development, adult education, nutrition services. So a lot of those combines, we still finish in the positive fund balance. And then we have the capital project funds. Those big ones are the building fund, that's our bond fund, the developer fees, the capital facilities, and actually I'm going to present that in another board item tonight. And then we have the debt service funds. That's you don't hear about this one, but that's how we keep track of the paying the debt of the bonds. And then we have the proprietary funds, selling insurance for dental and vision. And then we have the fiduciary fund, and that's really for the scholarships that we track for the students. So there's a lot of detail within this slide, it's 85 pages, but I thought it was important to know, because oftentimes we talk the district, we combine all of these restricted funds to the general fund unrestricted, that we have to follow the different rules. So now is for the following, now we're talking about the multi-year projections for the 26-27 and 27-28. Everything that is in here is given to us by the county, because they have to grade all the school districts within the county the same way. So this is not numbers that we made. The only thing that is really local is our enrollment, our ADA, and that's we are declining in enrollment. And then, unfortunately, our enrollment in ADA, even with our efforts that we do that, is still declining. We are projecting average daily attendance of 91%. If that increases, that will help us in the future years. So even the increase on this year, because we're getting funding the average the last 3, it will help us in the futures. Our expenditures. We're projecting, and today we're hitting it's a 10% increase in health benefits. Other school districts have a lot higher than that. We have a stepping column increase for certificated is 1.5 and classified is 1.15. That is that within the salary schedule, even when there's no raises in the negotiation table, staff moves steps or columns, like they have more education, they can jump from one column to another. So I'm not saying that everybody will get 1.5, but as a unit, as a whole, that is the increase that we have for our certificated. So, and then the price consumer index, well, we need to quantify the projected increase in cost from year to year. So we talk about 25, 26, our deficit spending $12.1 million. And we meet the reserves. So we are okay on this year, 26, 27, even though the deficit spending increased to $17 million, we're still okay. However, in 27, 28, the fund balance is only $3.2 million. So we do not meet the reserves. We don't have even a 1% reserves. So that's the reason we are qualified, because we do not meet the reserves in 27, 28. And again, it's a requirement that we don't just do this year and next year. We have to do 3 years, and those are assumptions given to us for the revenue. Will the numbers change based on the January's and the May revise? Yes, they will change some, but our major problem issue is our high health benefit costs and our declining enrollment. I was looking today, is 12 elementary schools have a capacity of less than 60%. Just want to say the declining enrollment that we have. Our financial projections, what is not included in the budget, sometimes is as important as what it is. As you heard before, we have not settled with our bargaining partners. With CSEA, we still have settled from 24, 25. So there's those are, we still have not took that into consideration. So we are meeting we submitted to the county that we are qualified again because we are not meeting the reserves for 27, 28 as required by law. So we started positive, and unfortunately our error went down. It's up to us for what decisions, how we move our error. So this is what we're in qualified status. So the next steps. Today we see some details. We have been working to. It's not on the slide because we just find out some details today. We're working to get an early retirement incentive for our staff district-wide. There will be a lot more details, and we will come to the board at the next board meeting for the early retirement incentive. We believe that with the early retirement incentive, we have enough staff who will take it, so that way we could help bring positions back. So some staff might not have the same position that they have, but we have enough employees who will retire that we will be able to absorb and take. So this is a process that we have been working for months to get to this point, but we have several meetings today, and we will, of course, share that with our bargaining partners. We will have meetings so they can make a decision what is best for them. And the budget is never stopped. It's a moving document. Last year they are closed, the books, but the auditors are still completing the audit. So they will complete it. The goal is at the end of January. So that's where we are, and we will come back to you again with a second annual report in March. We will go to the governor's budget in January, and so the numbers will change a little bit. They always change, but it's not significant enough to I can say like, oh, we're going to get so much additional revenue that they will help keep us positive. So, I don't know what is that. Okay. I think it's within this budget, I also want to point out there is a lot of uncertainties, and some of that are out of control, especially the state economy and the federal funding. You will notice that I did not say like one thing about federal funding reduction, but there is a possibility that some reductions happen, but so it could be, the budget could be a lot worse due to certain uncertainties that are out of control. So I'm available for any after comments or for any questions I could.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to move to board questions. So I'd like you to ask all of your questions during this time before we start moving on to public comment. No, we're going to do board questions and then public comment, and then we'll come back to motion, second, and deliberation. But so let's get our questions now. I see the first hand is Trustee Medina.
Yeah. Hola, Gerardo. I have a question. Do you know how many students, let me rephrase this. So last year we had a really big problem in terms of busing students to school. And according to the document that I received from our transportation director, 35,824 students were not bused to school that entire year. How much ADA do we receive per student that shows up to school?
It's about 60,000
for one student.
For one student. So
it's about 6,000?
16,000 per year. 16,000 a year.
So 16,000. So if
so you divide that by 180. That's how much we lose per ADA. So that's the.
So it's $60, right?
Yeah.
Around there. So if we multiply 35,824.
So we lost about $90 per student per day. You want to calculate it that way.
Well, you guys lost nearly $2 million last year by not getting students into school.
Well, I want to say us because I feel like I'm not responsible. Sorry about that. I mean, I'm counting myself because I like to.
Oh, you weren't there, but
no, but I want to say us. I count myself. I mean, we are responsible. We are not the school, so we're all together on this.
Yeah, so I think this is one of the things that I want to try addressing is if we're so concerned about ADA, we should be putting more investment in getting our students to the schools, right? If you're coming over here and telling me that you lost nearly $2.8 million and then you're putting it on the backs of the teachers who had nothing to do with that, why aren't we making more reductions at the district office for your guys' negligence in not picking up our students?
Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment.
And it was a question, but okay. And another thing, do you agree that students should not be poisoned?
Students should not be. Yeah.
Is that?
Yes, right?
Yeah.
Good. I'm trying to get somewhere. Okay. Do you think parents will send their students to an area that is highly contaminated with toxins? No. They won't. So when we have an area like Area 3, like my own, that's pesticides are thrown in there daily, those pesticides impact students who then get autism, ADHD, right, and other neurodivergencies. And then in return, we have to staff those people. So why is it that the district office isn't filing a lawsuit
Trustee
against...
Medina,
This is a question. It's a question.
It's a question, but I'm not finding the connection.
I'm getting there. I have to build up to it. I'm getting there. So the question is, do you think we could make up supporting our students if we go and file litigation against Driscoll's Giant Berry for poisoning our students and get them to settle on the amount that we need to cover so we could get the support that we need for our students who are impacted by these toxins?
I think that is outside of the topic and getting into
a completely different topic.
Okay, and then final thing that I would like to do is I'm submitting the December 3rd, 2025 article titled Attorney Drafted Declaration Contradict Evidence at a Hearing on Disqualified by George Nielsen. This article describes attorney drafted declaration in the AUSD case that conflict with governance document already in record. It reports metadata showing that key declarations signed by senior administrators were authorized or edited by Lozano Smith attorney. The article also summarizes concerns about inconsistent statements and filings filing data October 15th and 21st and explains how these contradictions relate to attorney involvement in Rule 3.7 standards. So I'm sorry, Ms. Lozano-Smith, but you're...
I'm gonna say definitely way off topic, but also I would like to talk to you about this after, because I'm not sure what you're referring to or what you're talking about, but if it's something that I know something about, I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
I'm still waiting for you to tell me your fee that you get per meeting here, and you haven't done that.
Trustee Medina, we need to get back on topic, please.
You want to know how much it costs for me to be here
Yes.
for each meeting?
Yes.
It depends on how long this meeting goes.
Exactly. So if I tell you to leave right now, we're saving money, correct?
Trustee Medina, we need to get back on topic, please. Do you have any questions related to the first interim?
No, I just want that article on Lozano-Smith and their shady characterization of school boards. That's it.
I would like to see that myself.
I'll send it to you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Is there a board member who has questions related to the first interim? None? I only have a couple. Did you? You ready? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
There were a few things that were brought up, and if it's off base, please redirect me. Somebody had mentioned the 5 furlough days. Is that a viable option, and what would that, okay, not related.
Not related, and I think is part of a negotiation that could happen.
Okay. Okay, you can go while I get mine. I have a few, but I don't know now if they are in alignment or not.
All right, thank you.
I think Member Dutch has a question. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have we began the process or started the talks about closing schools?
So that topic also is not related at this moment to the first interim.
Point of clarification, can we just go into public comment? Because you're restricting anything that we're saying right now, and I just don't understand what we're doing then.
Yeah, at this point, we're asking questions about the first interim.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, there's a slide right here, right? I just put it right here. So
that's why I asked the question, explore the consolidation of schools. Have we started that yet?
Okay. No.
Okay.
You would have been in the middle of it if we had started.
All right, thanks.
So I believe what I just heard and had read prior is that our anticipated total income for this year, projected for year end, is about 34 million. That's correct?
Yes, it's in here. Yes, that's the total.
And our projected expenses through the end of the year is 382 million. Is that correct? I'm rounding clearly.
Yes, that was, yes.
And we started with a reserve of in excess of 50 million at the beginning of this year. And we had anticipated spending more than came in of about 10 million because we didn't make cuts that we were asked to make. Is that a fair statement?
Let me see what you say. So we started with $106 million beginning fund balance. We ended with 70 million. So can you repeat your question again, please?
Yes. So our reserve balance, which is required to be a minimum of 3 million. At the beginning of this year, we started with about 50 million?
We started
Or
with
3%?
No, in the unrestricted portion, we started with $60.5 million, and we're projecting it to finish with $50.3 million.
Can you tell me that number one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's on slide 10.
Okay.
Let me go back so that way everybody could see it. It's right here. We started in the unrestricted portion. We started with $62.4 million, and we ended with $50.4 million. That's the one that we talk a lot about the unrestricted general fund, and that's why we're doing that.
Right. So as far as the 3% emergency fund that we're required to keep, right? At the end of 728, that's down to something like 3 million, which is maybe 1% of what we're required to keep.
Yeah, no even 1%.
So if we continue on our current path and don't do anything, we're, by next year, going to have state receivers at the door and completely taking over is that?
Well, that will be in 27, 28, because now the process start, and if we move the error, we can go down. If we go to negative, then it's when they really take over.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Are you ready, Trustee Flynn?
I'm just concerned that my question isn't going to be in alignment with so it just has to do with the reductions, but that are being proposed in this. I'm sorry.
If it has to do with the reductions, you might want to save it till the reduction.
Got it.
Resolutions.
No, but thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Trustee Carrasco?
I mean, correct me if this question doesn't go with what we're talking about, but my question is for our outside consultation, is that in our restricted or unrestricted budget?
Well, we have it in both, but the majority are in the restricted portion. So that restricted portion, we have $34 million that is in the restricted portion.
It's in the unrestricted?
Restricted.
On the restricted, okay.
The majority, yes.
Okay. And Gerardo, could you tell me what happens if we don't use that money in the restricted?
So in the restricted, so
for specifically the consultation, the outside consultation.
Okay, so we have programs, that for the restricted portion, that we have like deadlines that we need to spend it by.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal is we need to spend it. So many of those programs are not required that we spend it on consultants. We're not required. But we have to spend it, comply with a grant. One example for that, and one of our biggest one is our ELO program, Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. So we could have employees too, who work in that. Okay. But there are other grants we only get like for 1 or 2 years.
Yeah.
So when you have staff, then the fund ended. So when you have positions, another example that is actually the community school grant that we had. That's a big one for us. That's another example. That is a 5-year grant.
Right.
It's a 5-year grant, but that is also is going to end it. We decide to have employees. So what's happening in 4 years are the service, and so that's what happened with a restricted portion. So it's kind of like a consultants is you can let go consultants anytime, where employees is a lot more difficult than it is a process. So at that point in time, I'm not saying that employees that you cannot use the money for that, but we have to review that almost in a yearly basis because of funding sources. And most of the grants have a time limit.
Yeah.
Some have multi-year limits, but it still has a limit. So that's and we have to negotiate that. So Dr. Contreras, you want to?
And restricted services are also very much tied to a specific type of service. So the after-school programs or the ELOP, the Extended Learning Opportunity Programs, are for specifically services outside of the school day. So those consultants that you will see on there are specifically after school. The Community Schools Grant, which was a $32 million grant award, is specifically to fulfill the grant, what was written into the grant. And so it can only be spent in that way. And just like Mr. Castillo said, it's finite, it ends, that grant will end in 5 years. The positions hired with that grant will will come to a termination point, but any positions added with that grant have to fulfill the mission of the grant. So when we talk about restricted, there's terms and conditions to those dollars that are very specific.
Thank you.
I want to give another example, just like specific example, like the ELOP funds is before or after school. So can we use the money to fund counselors? Yes, we can. They just have to do that after the school hours. So like they start late and they provide services to the students after the hours we can teach in. So yes, so that's where the governor of the state has given money like after school programs. We actually have significant money there, but we have to comply with, otherwise we get highly audited. What is when you provide a service and what time? So we have to, each program is different. I'm just speaking an example about like that, that is a big item, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Trustee Medina? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, tell me if this isn't what you're looking for. With the general fund contributing roughly $33 million to special education this year, what is the plan to manage special ed costs without cutting vital services? Specifically, will the district fill vacant aid technician positions or otherwise ensure IEP required supports are in place rather than using attrition as a cost-saving measure? And how are we advocating for increased state special ed funding to reduce this structural encroachment?
Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I can take that, but I don't know if that might be a little bit off topic.
I think it's
Getting a little into a special education report, which we do have our FICMAT report, which does answer some of that. And I can bring forward the specifics of that at our next board meeting.
Yeah, I think I will answer some questions, so one thing about special ed, we have to meet the federal law and the state law. So that's one thing. And also we have to meet a maintenance of effort, right? So we also have to meet what is called a maintenance of effort from year after year. So those things, actually, we don't have choice. Once we meet those requirements, we have some flexibility. So I don't even have the knowledge to say all the details that I know, especially, but we have to meet those two requirements, and those, we think that's our goal that we will continue to meet.
So I guess this is why so we're talking about the budget, which impacts multiple things, right?
Yeah.
So special ed is within our budget, correct?
Correct.
So I could ask questions about that, correct?
But I need you to pause for just a minute
Okay.
because it is now 10:13 and we'll need to have a motion to extend the meeting
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting,
until
2 a.m.
2, 3. Let's do 3 and have a goal of being done by 1.
Let's do 3 a.m.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Oh, actually?
So that's 3 against?
Point of clarification. If we vote no and it gets to 1 o'clock, does that mean the meeting just ends for us? And we have to reconvene to another meeting at another time and day?
Like the next day. And at this meeting, we have to say when that's going to be.
Okay, I vote no.
You can extend.
They don't want to be here.
Yeah, but we got to take care of some business that's here.
Did that motion fail, President Turley? President Turley, did that motion fail? I'm willing to make a second motion if.
Okay.
Did that one fail?
I believe it did.
Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 2 a.m.
I'll second it. In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Seriously? None of you wants to take care of the business that we have to deal with.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll extend it, but I kind of had an idea this was going to happen, and so hopefully next time you guys take my emails into consideration.
Okay. I think I might have heard the beginnings of a motion to extend until midnight. And a second. I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
We have 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, right?
I'm a no.
You're a no. Okay. So 5-2. All right. I'm hoping we're ready now to have public comment, which means, Mr. Castillo, thank you very much for your report.
Point of clarification, are we going to get to ask more questions, or was this the only time?
This is the question time, then the public comes up and has comment, then we deliberate. Motion, second, deliberation, vote.
So if I have 20 questions here, I can't ask those? That's it? Is it?
Oh, okay. Please get on with it. Sorry about that, Mr. Castillo. I thought we were.
So
done.
it just sounds like I just gotta hold this up until 12, and then that's the end of the meeting, and we can't vote. Okay. So, I'm gonna read my question slowly. All right. So, how will the district ensure that funds generated for, oh no, did I ask that one already?
Trustee Medina?
Yeah.
I am going to limit you to 3 minutes because we really do have to move along, especially if we have a midnight time frame. We got to get moving.
Okay.
Timer? Thank you.
Let's see. So the first interim shows a huge deficit in 26 to 27, even after using reserves. What is the detailed plan to avoid a fiscal crisis by 2027 to 28 beyond the 15 million cut target? Can the administration provide a breakdown of proposed reductions or revenue enhancements, parcel tax, attendance improvement initiatives to boost LCFF, et cetera? And how will those plans be vetted with the community to ensure they align with the district values?
I would say that definitely does go beyond the first interim. And you had asked a question, I think right before this, you were saying, well, if special ed is in the...
I need quiet from the room, please.
If special ed is... If special ed is in the budget, can't we ask about that? And you can ask about the line item, but not how are we going to provide services for, and the question that you just asked is kind of similar to that. It's asking a lot that goes underneath the budget itself. So those are great discussions for another time, but the budget itself is questions about the line, basically about the first interim and what's in it, kind of not what comes later.
Trustee Turley, I think that we need to table these 3 items because one, I'm not sure why we can't answer questions a certain way, and also we need more time to digest this. So I want to make a motion to table this item 10.1.
I heard a motion. Is there a second? Can we do that at this point? It's all right to do this. Yeah? No?
You could.
Okay. Is there a second? I don't hear a second, so it fails for lack of a second. Please get on with the questions. You've got 2 minutes on the clock.
I have a feeling Lozano Smith is just going to cut me off every time I ask something. So on page 14 of the first interim budget, the capital projections fund increased by $54 million. Can the district clarify whether any capital funds can be redirected or sequenced differently to relieve pressure on the unrestricted general fund and prevent reductions at school sites?
So you cannot charge expenditures to that, but if we have a cash flow issue, like we are not able to meet our obligations, let's say payroll, and then we could borrow from the other funds, to pay or that, so we still have to pay that back. It's called, what it's called dry period funding. We start with our own funding, and if we cannot do that, we can go out to the county, and I know I went more detailed in that. So for cash flow purposes, yes, but for coding expenditures to the funds, no.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, the district may not be able to meet the required 3% reserve as stated in the docket, 3% reserve for economic uncertainties for 27-28, while the fiscal impact is listed as no. Why is the fiscal impact labeled as no when approved of this item accepts multi-year projections that could lead to staffing cuts, school consolidation, and program reduction, all of which directly impact students and workers?
Can you please let me know where you're looking at? You say no, what it's like, are you looking at?
Yeah, because you stated the district may not be able to meet the required 3% reserve.
Yes,
right? For economic uncertainties for 27-28. So my question is, why is the fiscal impact labeled as no when approval of this item accepts multi-year projections that could lead to staffing cuts, school consolidation, and program reductions, all of which directly impact students and workers?
Yeah, the fiscal impact is no, because we're just reporting what it is as of this period, as October 31st, on the projections. So we are not, I'm not approving, requesting for approve a contract or an expenditure. Yes, there's no, we are reporting what it is, our fiscal situation as of this day. That's why we had a no there.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to public comment now. Do we have any cards?
We do. Ms. Vega, did she leave? Oh, I have a card here. Which item did you want to speak to? So 10.2? 10.1 is right now. We're on the budget. Did you want to speak to the resolutions? Okay, so I'm going to put this 10.2. That's the next item. I haven't called anyone yet. Okay, so I have Kathy Butler, Brandon Denise, Jen Salinas Holtz, Cindy Ediger, Karen Osmondson, and Teresa Zamora.
And we are going to keep this to 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Butler, and I'm a resource specialist. I have worked in our district for the past 25 years. I am currently supporting our students with IEPs at New School and Sequoia. We need $15 million. Medina, I have an idea for you. And actually, I think it's more based on the $16,000, because I calculated with $9,000 ADA per student per year. Guess what? Over $13 million is how much money we are losing this year because we are unable to meet the needs of our students. They are leaving our district, not because they're moving. According to the CDU
Okay, we're
website.
off topic now.
No, we're not.
Your question or comment needs to be
It's on
tied to
topic.
the interim.
It is. Please,
And
please give me
that's your
back my time.
That's not
Okay?
on topic, I'm
According
sorry.
to, it is. Trust me, it is. I'm not there yet.
That's your time. I'm
No.
sorry.
The CDE website, our district has
That's
found
your time. Thank you.
1,430.
Olivia, give her the 10 seconds back. We'll just start it and go 10 seconds. Okay, I'm going to start it and go 10 seconds.
Okay.
You stopped her at 10 seconds.
I promise, it's connected.
You have 10 seconds to get there.
Over $13 million is how.
Microphone.
Over $13 million is how much money we are losing this year because we are unable to meet the needs of our students. They're leaving our district, not because they're moving away. According to the CDE website, our district has failed 1,435 students who are now enrolled in Watsonville Prep, Saba, and Sequoia. We need to do better, and these proposed cuts will not make a difference. For our high schoolers.
That's your time, thank you. That's your time, thank you. Okay, this is a warning. If you don't stop, you'll have to leave the room. That's your time and that's your warning.
Good evening. I'm going to speak for Brandon Denise, who had to leave for Sacramento. Let's talk about the first interim budget, which is a budget, a moving document. Over the last 5 years, which I have stated before, this district has under budgeted the revenue by $42 million on average. So you can talk about being qualified, but we know that the actuality is going to be very different. I'm going to pull up the SACS report, and I'm going to tell you the numbers for certificated salaries and certificated pupil support salaries. The numbers on your original budget and your operating budget, $57.6 million and $10.5 million. The projected year totals are now down to 56.2 and 9.3, a difference of 2.5% and 11%. So tell me why our people are on the chopping block. It's your lack of proper budgeting.
Thank you.
I think I meant to sign up for 10.2. I think I meant to sign up for 10.2. I have comments on both certificated and classified, so I need to wait. Okay.
Hello. So most likely the lawyer's expense is recorded as a district financial expense, so it pertains directly to the interim report. Can you please specify the lawyer's hourly rate so we can better understand the potential savings?
Is that the end of your comment?
No, it's not a comment, it's a question. Can you please specify?
We don't answer questions during the public comment. It's
Okay,
just
then.
for public comment. Thank you.
Cindy Edinger and Karen Osmondson? 10.2, okay.
And trustee, point of clarification, I've asked Lozano Smith to give us how much they should be, I want to know how much you're charging us, and I asked this last meeting, so can I get assurances from Dr. Contreras that you will send me how much Lozano Smith is charging us?
Will you send me an email reminder?
It's on public record now, but if you could just give me a
will you email me?
confirmation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for board discussion, deliberation. Anybody want to?
Jane Bart? What did you write here? I don't. No, okay.
On this item, I put interim budget, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
interim.
item 10.1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jane Barr, I was trustee from 92 to 2000. I was elected, I was sworn in, elected president right away, and within 1 month to 2 months, we declared bankruptcy. I've been through this, it's not fun, under AB 1200. Under AB 1200, you get taken over. So my concerns about the budget presentation, excellent presentation tonight, but I think I would like you trustees to ask your CBO, you're focused on the 3% reserve. The 3% reserve won't allow you to pay payroll. I think the accepted, I haven't been to CSBA for 25 years, but I think the accepted rate is about 7 to 8%. That's the number you've got to have, and I think you should be asking, at what point in that second year will you hit that 7 or 8%? And he mentioned, in response to a question about borrowing from a capital fund, that's the worst thing you could do in the world. You're just digging a bigger hole. That's not your money to spend on on general fund topics, and you should never, ever, ever do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will, we're going to set a timer for 15 minutes for making a motion, having conversation and deliberation. Anybody want to make a motion to approve the first interim? I see a hand.
I move to approve our first interim budget.
Second? Oh, Daniel Dodge Jr. seconds. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Aye.
I see one, that's a no. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 yeses, 1 no. And now we will move on to 10.2, adopt resolution 252614, reduction of classified. And we are going to set a limit of 15 minutes for the report. Oh, 5-minute report, 15-minute discussion.
Thank you and good evening again. Education codes 45101, 45114, 45117, 45298, and 45308 authorize the Pajaro Valley Unified School District to lay off or reduce classified employees for lack of work or lack of funds. Certain services now being provided by the district must be reduced for the upcoming school year, and the affected positions are attached in Exhibit A. It shall be necessary to discontinue certain kinds of classified employee services by June 30th, 2026, and it may also be necessary to terminate the employment of certain classified employees of the district as a result of this action. Given the presentation by Gerardo Castillo, our CBO, clearly outlining our dire budget outlook, we ask the board, to vote in favor of the layoffs presented in Exhibit A.
I'll open it up to questions from the board with a maximum 15 minutes. Can you set the timer, please? Who wants to go first? I think I saw Jessica's hand, or Trustee Carrasco's. Oh, that wasn't a hand. Okay. Trustee Medina?
I guess point of clarification, can we make motions now, or is this strictly questions?
Right now, it's just questions, and then we'll have public comment, and then we'll do motions. I think I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Trustee Flynn?
I was just trying to gather my, so looking at these FTEs. Yes, please.
All right. My question is, on page 1 of 10.2 Resolution 252614, Reduction of Classified Services, it states, whereas the district must reduce classified services due to fiscal considerations. What specific fiscal data supports this claim, and why has the district not presented clear evidence that all non-student facing alternatives were exhausted before proposing cuts that will harm students?
Wonderful question. Thank you. There was an attempt made in the presentation when this came to discussion at the last meeting to talk about ESSER funds, declining enrollment, and the fiscal impact captured in many of these positions, resulting in the recommendation specifically for these positions. So again, because of the combination of ESSER funds, because of the positions brought on during COVID, because of a declining enrollment, therefore declining ADA, and therefore declining funding, we are carrying multiple different positions that were brought on in recent years that we can no longer sustain to carry in the general fund, which is why these positions are the specific ones that are brought forward. The only thing that's different about this resolution versus the presentation that was given in November is in order for the resolution to go to the board, it doesn't come in presentation form, it comes very specifically in the positions that we carry in the organization currently, and the breakdown of FTE, full-time equivalent, relative to those positions. So the example being, right, for example, instructional assistants, general education, 25 at an FTE equivalent of 0.46875. That's a total FTE of 71875. And then as you tally that through, that becomes the total FTE for the particular classifications within CSEA that are being recommended, going back to the connections that we made in the presentation in November about how those were specifically tied to ESSER and brought on during COVID and can no longer be carried through the general fund.
Good, I like your long responses. Keep giving those, okay? Because I want us to filibuster. So on page 1 of 10.2 Resolution 252614, reduction in classified service, it authorizes the reduction of classified service without identifying classifications. How can the board legally vote when no listed of affected job titles, FTE counts, or school sites is provided?
They're all captured right there. Those are those are the classifications within the exhibit. You have mental health clinicians, healthcare assistants, instructional assistant, general education, instructional assistant, mod severe, and behavior technician. Those are the specific classifications, the specific number of positions, and the specific full-time equivalent that are being recommended for reduction.
Cool. On page 1, the resolution directs the administration to proceed with layoff notices. Why is the direction being requested before Personnel Commission has completed its statutory review under the merit system?
I appreciate the question, and as the merit system works, there's some conflating of details that are happening. All of the things that you're describing have to happen. There has to be Personnel Commission oversight. The Director of Classified is the chief liaison to that commission. They involve themselves directly with our CSEA labor partners. They demand to bargain the impacts of such layoffs. There are reviews of all the data sets with regard to who are in those positions, what their classifications are, seniority. We have an entire process that we've already completed with CSEA where we have tiebreakers as far as classifications. We just did that in November with our labor partners. So there's a number of pieces that are a part of this process, but none of that happens without the resolution from the Board of Trustees, and that's clearly outlined in Chapter 16 in the merit rules. 1A, the board must adopt a resolution, and it's only the Board of Trustees that can adopt a resolution for layoffs. Should the board adopt that resolution, everything that you're describing, everything relative to the merit, all falls into place as a part of that process within the notification of those employees that are affected.
Okay, and why was CCA not consulted prior to placing this item on the agenda? And what is the district explanation for excluding labor from discussions impacting over 100 workers?
I meet weekly with CSCA, and the best I can tell you on public record is we have met, we've been discussing, and we've had conversations about these layoffs.
And would you say that it's going well in those conversations?
There's a point where we don't negotiate outside the table, so I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay.
We don't negotiate away from the table.
Let's hear from another trustee, please. I believe Trustee Flynn has some comments or questions.
So in my many email readings and conversations, there's been something that's come up that was news to me around positions being partially funded by restricted funds and partially funded by unrestricted funds.
Okay.
It sounded like that was one position, one person, but that didn't really make sense to me. So I wanted to see if you could bring some clarification around how that works.
Well,
because I wasn't quite, what?
I was going to say, Dr. Contreras answered this for me.
Oh.
I guess
Well, it will be related because I'm curious how this affects the FTE of what we're.
So the funding source for employees doesn't affect FTE. The funding source for employees is just that, the way they're funded, the way their positions are funded. Sometimes employees do have what we call braided sources of funding. A good example would be Mr. Castillo referenced it earlier when he talked about counselors could be funded from the extended learning programs after school, but then they would have to work after school. There could be a split position where maybe part of their time is after school and part of their time is during the school day. Then they would have braided funds, so part of their pay would be from restricted funds after school, and the other part would be from general funds during the school day. So sometimes, in some cases, for instance, special education gets funding from the federal government and from the state government, and then they're offset also by general funds. And so that would be an example of also restricted funds and unrestricted funds funding one position.
Thank you. Okay, the other thing is, talking about mental health clinicians and healthcare assistants. And so are those going to be completely gone, or what is the plan to support students in replacing all?
Yes, with regard to mental health clinicians, we have 13 positions specifically that are dedicated out in our general program. That doesn't mean we don't have a couple positions that are tied specific to ELOP, all of our after-school program. That's a different set of funding. We've heard a lot about restricted funding and how that works. So that's a good example with mental health clinicians, yes, where there are 13 positions out supporting in the general setting, and 13 positions that are up for reduction. That is correct.
Are there plans to use restricted funding to help support with, like, maybe PVPSA, for example, to
Trustee Flynn, I'll answer that for you. So we already have many different community partners that we partner with: PVPSA, Effective School Solutions, Encompass, Salud para la Gente, County Behavioral Health. All of those have been providing services to students for many, many years that include a variety of mental health services. Those are a variety of grant funding, restricted funding, and those services would continue.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to move. Jessica, Trustee Carrasco?
Have we offered, because I know that the conversation about after-school funds, have we offered, or is this where we could move possibly, is offering the mental health clinicians and the healthcare assistants who are full-time jobs after school with those funds?
There's always the potential. Just I think we shared in the presentation last November, for example, we were able, because of the way that our custodians work in swing shifts and come in at 2 o'clock versus go into the evenings, Gerardo, through his creativity, was able to braid some funds, as Dr. Contreras was explaining, to help offset some of that cost for our custodians. But by and large, when you're talking about the entire classification, no, that's a different challenge.
Okay, thank you.
I really want to move along, Trustee Medina.
You planned this meeting at night, and I have a lot of questions. I'm sorry.
You got
I did
one
my
more, and we got to
research.
move on. You do have the opportunity before meetings to send questions in and get answers ahead of time, so you don't have to do
If
the
the superintendent would meet with me, I would love to do that, but that hasn't happened. So what will the counselors to student ratio be if we move forward with these reductions?
Well, that depends. Well, are you referring to mental health clinicians or counselors in the certificated side?
What will the counselor to student ratio be after reductions?
Okay, so that would be the next agenda item, which are the 13 counselors that are part of the certificated reductions. And that would be 41 on record, a reduction of 15. And, sorry.
Is that the next item?
That's
It
the
is
next
the
item.
next item. So I'm happy to address the question then.
Okay, sounds good. And then so since that one's for the next one,
Wrap it up, please.
I will. I'm sorry, I lost my place. How will the district meet legally required special education and health-related services if instructional assistants, healthcare assistants, and behavioral technicians are eliminated?
I think that's not on topic and relates to planning, which we should do as a
I would say that it
study
definitely is
session.
on topic.
Is it time for a motion?
It's time for public comment. We haven't done that yet.
What about my question? Point of order. Why isn't my question being?
It was provided at the last board meeting.
Well, I would like to hear it again, so, since that's my question. So how will the district meet legally required special education and health-related services if instructional assistants, healthcare assistants, and behavioral technicians are eliminated?
Trustee Medina, just what you stated in the question, legally mandated, we have to follow the letter of the law.
Cool, I want to hear Kit Bragg.
Yes, to reiterate what Dr. Contreras says.
Actually, let me repeat my question so it's really
obligated
clear to you. How will the district meet legally required special education and health-related services if instructional assistants, healthcare assistants, and behavioral technicians are eliminated?
They're not being eliminated. First of all, as a point of clarification, the numbers that we provided in the resolution are clear, and I shared in the last presentation the percentage of employees that would still be in positions. And so IEPs are driven by services. Services are driven by educational access. Educational access is driven by goals within the IEP, and then everything else comes around that after, when the IEP team has implemented.
I'm moving us on to public
I want
comment.
clarification because I didn't really understand that response. Can you
That's
dumb
going to
it
be
down
part
for me?
of planning, which we'll do in the future. I'd like to move on to public comment, please.
Thank you.
Well, can he just finalize the response to my question?
Can you do it
Thank you.
very quickly?
I'm happy to. My point was simply that IEP services are not driven by staff. They're driven by IEP services through the IEP team.
I'm sorry, we need to bring
I hear your
the room
question.
quiet. Nobody can hear his comments if
I hear
you're
your-
speaking out.
Thank you so much, President Turley. I hear that the concern is that if we reduce staff in those areas, there's a concern about delivering IEP services. And when you look at the recommendations within the layoff notice and the number of positions that we hold back after the reductions that are shared, I'll give you the numbers again. 10 positions of mod severe, 10 positions of mild mod, and 32 positions of behavior technician.
Can you explain the acronyms? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, sure. So you're asking a question about delivering IEP services relative to the staffing that's in place. And the assumption I hear in the question is that with less staff, there's less concern about, or there's more concern about not being able to deliver services. And what I'm letting you know is in the ratio of suggested reductions, we still retain back a significant amount of staff to deliver those services.
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. Trustee Flynn has a question, and then we are moving on to public comment. Can you get the cards ready? How many do we have?
38. Okay. Of the total positions, there are some that are not filled and in action in the moment,
18.
right? 18, okay. Are those, I'm getting distracted.
I understand. I'm happy to wait.
My brain is, okay.
Happy to wait.
So of the total, are those 18 included? So it's actually?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They are. Part of what the board is voting to do is eliminate the positions themselves. I know that is tied to people, but the vote is to eliminate positions. And 18 positions are vacant.
Thank you. We're moving on to public comment. We have 38 cards. We have 30 minutes. We're reducing to 45 seconds.
No, no.
You can always cap it at 30 minutes total. Since we had made the motion to adjourn this meeting at midnight, I think every minute is important. And so I would make a motion that we cap it at 30 minutes, like our board bylaws says.
I second that motion. Aye.
No.
Can you guys repeat that? I missed.
I think we need to do capping at 30, 1 minute capping at 30. Can we do a roll call?
We're using up the minutes right now anyways,
roll call.
so. Let's go. Let's just start public comment.
Trustee Flynn?
Yes or no? You're just,
Roll call.
we're doing a roll call.
And no. Trustee Dodge? Trustee Carrasco?
I'm sorry, could you reframe the question? I'm still a little, what am I?
To cap the public comment to 30 minutes.
There's 38? I'm okay with 38.
Okay.
Yes to 38 minutes.
No, it's 30 minutes.
Right. So if you want to vote against 30 minutes, vote against 30 minutes, and then we'll move on to 1 minute per card for the 38.
Right, exactly. Okay, so I want to explain. So there are 38 cards. So that means 38 people want to talk.
Right. So if you want to let
But
all
we're
38
talking,
talk,
hold on,
say no.
please. They're wanting to cap it at 30 minutes, which means people will have less than a minute to talk, and I'm saying no.
Okay, so the motion was 30, and I think it didn't pass. Okay, let's finish the roll.
Trustee Medina?
So I'm voting on
30 minutes. And I think you want to vote no.
No, explain this again. I'm sorry, I'm so confused right now. Say that? Yeah, I am. Can you restate it, what I'm voting on?
Yes, the motion is we're going to cap it at 30 minutes. 1 minute a person, capped at 30 minutes, which means 8 people wouldn't speak. Yes or no?
So if I vote no, that means that we're not going to.
Then we'll do something different.
Come back to me.
Trustee Navarro?
Just vote no.
Yeah, just vote no and let's move on.
Yes.
I know, we're wasting time, so just vote no, we'll go all the way down the road with no, then we'll go 1 minute for all 38.
Okay.
Say no.
No. So 1 minute for all 38.
Yeah,
Let's move on. Okay, I'm going to call, motion fails?
motion fails.
Okay, I'm going to call everyone up.
We're doing 1 minute per person, let's go.
Karen Osmondson, Jen Salinas Holtz, Graciela Vega, Kathy Bach, Brandon Denise, Mads Real Muto.
Let's come, please.
I don't have any students for this item. I have 10.3 on those.
I need the room to be quiet or we're going to clear the room.
Okay,
This is a
students,
warning.
would you like, you had originally told me 10.3. You want to wait? Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you. Jan Barr and Lindsay Kent.
Okay, somebody step up and start for your 1 minute, please.
I'm going to start the timers as soon as the person's done speaking.
Come on. You'll need to turn the mic on first. It's not on. Push button. There you go. Okay, start.
We go for the cuts. I can't stop. I have so much to do. I am concerned with the matters of consequence. I don't amuse myself. Balderdash. What flowers do you water? ¿Qué flores riegan? We water with fresh, healthy food. We water with credentialed teachers. We water with mental health clinicians. We water with healthcare workers that make our gardens grow. Please don't cut the flowers. You already heard a student come up here. A flower that cut himself, who was not able to germinate. I've been here for over 50 years. I've seen the community work.
That's your time.
Mental
Thank you.
health workers work. Carol,
That's
I
your
put
time.
your
Thank you.
board on my lawn and I petitioned my whole neighborhood.
I appreciate that, but your
Okay.
time is up. That's your minute. Thank
And I
you.
will be campaigning for you if you make the right decision.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Bach, and I'm an occupational therapist with the district. Last month, KIT presented FCMAT's recommended staffing ratios for autism, mild mod, and mod severe programs. Autism classrooms require a higher level of staffing, yet over the past year, the district has dissolved many autism classrooms and reclassified them as mild moderate. On paper, these classrooms now appear overstaffed, but the students' needs have not changed. Renaming a classroom does not reduce the level of support required, and presenting those ratios without this context is not transparent. Even with current staffing, many many IEPs are out of compliance. The district is pushing to expand inclusion, and this cannot happen without IAs supporting those students. Students are already missing inclusion because SDC classrooms cannot spare an IA without compromising the safety for the remaining students. If more IAs are cut, inclusion will be impossible, classrooms will be unsafe, and the district will face more lawsuits. Our IAs and BTs are some of the hardest working yet lowest paid employees in this district. Even with current staffing, classrooms are struggling. Cutting additional support is genuinely dangerous. Our students and staff deserve better. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, board. Sorry, I'm very tired. I'm in graduate school, ironically, to become a school counselor, which means I probably won't be working in this district anymore. Cuts to mental health and special ed services are some of the most damaging cuts I can imagine. Students who are struggling with their mental health and students with disabilities who require extra assistance in order to be able to access their educations are some of our most vulnerable students, and these cuts would cause significant harm not only to these students, but to their peers who will negatively be impacted by the lack of support. As I hope you all know, our community has seen several youth suicides in the past year, as well as serious incidents of violence. And I think, as you also know, I advocate for LGBTQ+ students who in this hostile political climate are at risk and suffering. Mental health services for those students are crucial and should not be considered when deciding where to cut from our budget. I know you're facing tough budget decisions, but I urge you not to cut mental health services. What monetary value can you put on students' lives? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mads Muto, parent. You've spent plenty of air justifying cuts. I've heard nothing about how this is going to impact student outcomes and how you're going to address that. Nothing. Where's the plan? Where's the plan when you don't have the mental health support? Where's the plan when you don't have the IAs, BTs? How can you consciously vote on something like this and approve it when you don't know what is going to happen? I already told you there's one student whose IEP is not being delivered on. She's got over 1,000 hours due to her if we go ahead and file tomorrow. There's at least another 100 students like her with long-term subs that are not credentialed, probably 300. So there you go. There's $13 million in lawsuits, back pay that you're going to be dealing with if you go with this. I don't understand how you can approach it this way. The district is failing. These cuts are either unachievable or they will cost more than what they save. When you say that we have to go through and figure out what to deliver on IEPs, you're going to find that you can't get rid of any.
Thank you.
That's unachievable.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you're going to end up in lawsuits. That's going to be more expensive.
Thank you.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Manuel Gutiérrez. Vengo representando la escuela de Nueva Escuela, New School. Represento como padre y como padre el impacto que va a tener nuestros hijos si no tienen alguien que los aconseje, no van a querer ir a la escuela, ¿verdad? Va a ser un impacto negativo. Lo que queremos es que no haya recortes de maestros y que tengan más apoyos nuestros hijos.
Hi everyone, I'm Manuel Gutierrez. I come representing parents from New School. I want to say that it would have a really negative impact to lay off teachers, and it would have a really negative impact on the students.
Sí. ¿Puede mi hija decirles cómo les han ayudado las maestras emocionalmente? ¿Qué va a tener el impacto si no van a ser escuchados en la escuela? Los niños van a irse a las calles y va a ser un impacto negativo.
My daughter can say how social, emotional teachers have impacted in her life and life of other students who, if they didn't have that support, they would be looking for things to do in the streets.
¿Puedes decirnos a los cómo te ha ido? ¿Cómo te han ayudado?
I would like to say, hi, my name is Amber Gutierrez. I'm a student here in New School, and I would like to say that emotional counselors remind us that we are not alone, that reaching out for help is strength and is never a weakness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Osmondson asked for her car to be changed to 10.3. Olivia? Karen Osmondson asked for her car to be changed to 10.3. The next one item. Okay. I'm Jane Barr again. I'm very concerned about the consequences of not taking action tonight on all the proposed cuts. Should you not approve all of the cuts, you are at risk for bankruptcy, takeover by the state under AB 1200, loss of control, ability to make decisions, higher costs due to an appointed temporary consultant who has the power to make all decisions, harm to students during a time of turmoil that takes attention away from program and to the financial crisis, loss of key personnel, and the ensuing inability probably to hire qualified replacements. I ask that you take your job seriously. You were elected to lead this district and work on behalf of all the students to keep PVSD a viable concern. I urge you to make the hard and yes, distasteful decision to approve all layoffs. And in case you're wavering in doing so tonight, you'd still always have the option to ask the district to ask for a consultant to go position by position and review this in the next 2 months.
Hi, Lindsay Kent, and I want to tell you that I could spend all night telling you how detrimental these cuts would be. I'm going to talk about some other options, but I just want to say, as a member of the IEP team, we are not meeting all of the IEP services as it is, and I can guarantee that that will get worse with these cuts. No solution is going to be popular, but there are a lot of discussions that need to happen, including closing some schools, ones with lower enrollment, changing transportation policies. General education students ride at no cost. This is helpful and very important for many of our families, but it's not required by law. Local districts charge for this service, and we could charge or offer a fee waiver to those who need it. Consider moving academic coordinator positions to 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. in order to have those administrators at the after-school program. Reopen the benefits open enrollment process and provide information to all employees about the option to choose a plan that costs less for the district and pay staff back money each month for selecting it. Seek more local, state, and federal mental health grants. Relocate funds. Hold off on the cuts tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tara, and I'm an occupational therapist in this district, and I also attended this district, as did my sister and many of my family members. In order to do our jobs and to implement accommodations in the classroom that are legally binding in the IEP, we need our instructional assistants to help with that. Without them, it's not going to happen without our behavior technicians. And in general, mental health, healthcare, it's all extremely important for our students. Again, I would just like to say that lawsuits will happen if we are not upholding these things. So please think about this. I also really like Trustee Medina's information about the pesticides in and around our schools. They are causing things that are rising our special education populations, and it's not going away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I want to speak on the morally wrong decision to lay off employees while awarding bonuses to the superintendent. How can you justify cutting essential staff, teachers, special education specialists, mental health professionals who are literally the backbone of our students' success and well-being? It's disgusting to see priorities so out of touch. Supporting the very people who help students thrive should be your top priority, not lining the pockets of administrators who the community don't want and who are making decisions that harm our children. Furthermore, I want to point out that the superintendent's raises bonuses are being awarded while positions that directly support students are being cut. This is unacceptable. The superintendent's role should be to serve the needs of students and staff, not to benefit financially at their expense. It's painfully clear that you are not listening to us, the parents, students, and community members who care deeply about our schools. Instead, it seems like you're doing what benefits you and your agendas. We should be the ones voting on these decisions, not those seeking to line their pockets. I also want to address the behavior and comments made by a member of this board tonight. Her remarks towards neurodiversity and her attitude, which I found to be immature and disrespectful, are unacceptable. As someone with special...
Thank you.
Thank you. The next 10 speakers are Taja Kelly, Shannon McCord, Bobby Peltz, Gabriel Barraza, Nat Lowe, Jessica Showwater, Anya Khan, Terry Tolson, Tammy Snook, and Ashley Flowers.
Good evening. My name is Dr. McCord. Last night, I heard on Channel 8 from our public information officer that if the cuts are approved, students with IEPs will have all mandated services. Nothing will change for them. Dr. Contreras said the same tonight. Well, this is just not possible. Students with IEPs are currently struggling to receive all mandated services, especially with staff daily absences and lack of inclusion opportunities. And do the math. The recommendations to cut in special education classified sport positions by nearly 20%. The district states the proposed cuts are in direct response to declining enrollment, but there is no declining enrollment in special education. In fact, in the last month, the number of students with IEPs increased by 39 in 1 month. Have you taken the time to ask for data regarding special education enrollment? The district is claiming that the positions recommended for reduction were all added during COVID, but our CBO explained that funding sources were moved around to capture the additional funds available to the district, not that funds were only needed due to the pandemic. If you need more time, ask for time to make this big decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taja Kelly. I'm a behaviorist. That is a classified position. It is incorrectly stated on the agenda as certificated. I want to speak to those 18 vacancies really quickly. That's on paper. We have agency staff that are filling those positions, so we will fill that loss. I've heard assurances that legal requirements will be met. Like everyone else, I've not heard how. Just because a student has an individualized education plan, which is a legally binding agreement, does not automatically guarantee their services. It's just a document. It takes humans to provide those services.
Gabriel Barraza, Area 5. I sat across the table from district staff for almost 15 years as an advocate for people with developmental disabilities. And I can tell firsthand that I wasn't very well liked in the district at that time because I taught my families how to advocate for the services that they needed. This was almost 20 years ago that this was happening. You know, I went back to school and I got a degree in public administration because I thought, you know, I want to learn about budgets. I want to learn how to be a good public servant, how to be a public administrator. And this idea that, you know, these numbers are attached to people. These numbers are people. And the people that are getting hurt by cutting these FTEs are our children, our students. Show me your budget and it'll show you your values. Vote the right way.
Thank you.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High. I want to remind you that budgets aren't the only thing that can run in a deficit. Trust can too. And right now, trust between district leadership and the people who work in our schools is in a severe deficit. If you move forward with layoffs months earlier than required, the financial impact may be measurable, but the impact on relationships will be far greater. When trust is broken, the culture of our schools suffer in ways that no spreadsheet can capture. You can stabilize a budget by manipulating numbers, but rebuilding trust is much harder to do. If you are still weighing this decision, I urge you to consider not just the numbers on the page, but the relationships that you're going to damage with this vote. Nothing is more essential to the health of this district than trust. And we cannot claim to put students first while breaking trust with the people who serve them every day. And I'll tell you, it doesn't make me feel better that you're now rushing through the decision because you want to make a 12 a.m. deadline. Vote no on these layoffs. Thank you.
Hi, Nat Lowe, Area 7. I just want to make it really clear to the board that if you choose to cut in school mental health clinicians and counselors, students will die, and that is on you. You jumped to bring back SROs into schools when we don't know for sure if it would have prevented the death of the Aptos High students several years ago. Yet we are cutting mental health positions that we know for sure save lives because we know the students have told us that they're still here because of these supports. If my child needed a mental health support, I would go to my budget and work with my spouse to find every possible non-essential expense, every possible source of income to make it work. But I don't see that same drive and urgency here to collaborate with labor and community to find solutions. Why? Why can't the district and the union even agree on what the underlying budget numbers are? Please defer the vote to January and spend that time actually studying the budget in good faith, in partnership with labor and with the community.
Thank you.
Before you start, I would like to just let you know that what I'm about to talk about is very traumatic events. So give me patience if I start to cry. So Jessica Showalter Rise program at Watsonville High School. I am about to tell you the underbelly of what really happens when you take BTs away. Let's take, for example, a student taking an employee hostage. It's my BTs that go in there that save that person's life. You take that BT away, please explain what happens. Another student, butcher knife, who do they call? Myself and a BT. WPD taps me in. Another person comes in, sexually assaulted, explodes. Fire department, WPD, taps me, my BT's in. There's 3 mental health conditions and this person right here who have saved many students at many different schools because of these BTs and because of these people. You take those BTs away, these students are going to be severely hurt because my BTs and my staff are not there to step in and take care of these kids.
Thank you.
The Pajaro River levee breached in March of 2023 after years of disrepair and neglect. It is well documented that this happened after decades of knowing it was going to breach, but upgrading it was not an economically viable option to keep the poor brown folks safe. When it came down to numbers, it was deemed acceptable that our community members could be sitting ducks. The information you have tonight that you are voting on is not all accurate. It has been brought to the board members' attentions, it has been brought to the CBO's attention, and yet you barrel through. Why? Do you really feel okay with the weight of this vote, knowing that you don't have all the accurate facts? There are real life impacts to your vote tonight, and there are real safety impacts to your vote tonight. There are very real legal impacts to your vote tonight. Because you are thinking, what can we cut, and not what, if anything, can we save, you are not thinking about equity. You are not considering the people behind the numbers. Because it costs money to bring equity to a community mired in poverty, and if you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Thank you.
When talking about declining enrollment, this should not include special education. Special education is not seeing any decline in enrollment. If anything, there are more students with special needs that have legal requirements. Removing IAs and BTs from special education can lead to inadequate support for students with disabilities, resulting in decreased academic progress and increased behavioral challenges. This can hinder their ability to receive a free and appropriate education, as they may not get the individualized attention and resources they need to succeed. Children with disabilities are legally entitled to a real education. We are the caretakers of the children while they are at school. The teachers are there to teach them, but we, the IAs and BTs, are there to support them in a role that no one else in the school can do. We are the ones who help the students so the teachers can teach the rest of the class. We help the students feel seen, heard, and cared about. I hope you can find it in your heart to care about these children as well and vote no on these cuts.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Bobby Marchesalt, Wendy San Juan, Patricia Santeralo, Leah Sugarman Rodriguez, Delilah Macedo, Ryan Alba, Stacy Anderson, Carolyn West, Terry Madsen.
Wow. I mean, I've got nothing as powerful as some of these folks who are working with students. I do have some questions, though. One thing that we've talked about a couple of times and I heard brought up earlier is, have we ever gotten a list that's been agreed upon by all the labor partners about what the ESSER funded positions were? Because I've continually heard disagreements about that. And I remember a year ago, we had our committee, the Sustainable Budget Committee, and we admitted that there were some issues with that. But what I remember being said was, we'll do it again and we'll do it better next year. Why was that not done? Why was there not more of that, which we had talked about? I also keep hearing that if we didn't cut $5 million last year, it would be worse this year. But the presentation we saw at the last board meeting shows that we did cut $5 million last year. You didn't vote for it, but the district office did cut $5 million from the budget. So saying that that is why we're having to do more doesn't totally make sense to me. I keep hearing that one-time things like closing schools or things, you know what, that will get us to the next step. I'm sorry, that is still worthwhile, and above all, this should not happen without our labor partners being very involved in what these positions are. Include our labor partners, put students first.
Trustee Turley, President Trustee Turley?
Yes, Trustee.
I would like to request a list of ESSER funding positions, and if you could get that to me by the end of the year, Dr. Contreras, that would be really great. Or if we could get in next week's BC communication, is that possible? Can I get a verbal confirmation?
We'll do what we can. Thank you for the request.
What do you mean? What do you mean do what we can?
I'd like to hear from the next speaker, please.
You're hearing from an employee and a parent, because my children are in special education. And let me tell you, if they don't get the services, you'll hear from me. And I'm very strong, okay? Now, mental health clinicians, okay, we need them. You bank on outside services. And let me tell you, where has that taken us? Now, I can easily work with my mental health clinician, get a student in a space, and because of the connections that we have, we both can work together with that student to offer them immediate support and not wait for agencies to hold off on months and weeks to offer services to our students because they can't get a hold of parents. We can. We call the third emergency contact.
Thank you.
Please give me some grace. I'm 10 days out of a major cancer surgery. But I felt it was important for me to come here tonight to speak up. My daughter ingested this a few years ago in one of her classrooms. It is a fidget. She consumed it. She passed it. It was frightening. Do we currently have a one-to-one? Because we need it. Pica is a real thing. It can kill you. We're lucky it didn't. Eliminating IAs, BTs, IAs, BTs, PTs, OTs, SLPs, ABAs, APEs, and counseling services is not an option. Any reduction in staff threatens the district's ability to deliver these required services. When the mandated services are missed or understaffed, the district risks being in non-compliance, which is not only harms the students, but exposes PVUSD to significant legal and financial liability. In 2005, Manhattan Beach Unified School District was ordered to pay $6.7 million for non-compliance.
That's your time, thank you.
You're welcome, and I will continue on.
That's your time, thank you. We're going to close down the meeting if we can't stop. Thank you.
Point of order, trustee. I have a point of order on the floor. I just got to say, not allowing somebody who has gone through what they've been through and to speak, I think you need to extend a little bit more grace to those people. Okay, I have family members who had cancer, and the courage that it takes to get up like that needs to be respected. So I hope you do better, Trustee Turley, because that really got under my skin right now. Respect people.
Next speaker, please.
Patricia Sotarello from Cesar Chavez. So maybe now you will have more time. that you're not the president. Congratulations, truly, thank you, Medina. If you pass this, you will be cutting my right hand, and this is gonna be just my right hand compared to the damage that you're gonna do to my kids. Let me give you an example. In my 6th period class, because of inclusion, I have 7 life skills, wonderful students, great artists that are always coming enthusiastic, 2 autistic, emotionally disturbed students, and in a mixed class of 6th and 8th grade level, plus 11 special ed students that have their own special learning disabilities. This is all in a class of 26, total 26. If I didn't have Marcelino, Gustavo, if I didn't have Sofia, if I didn't have Candy and Jessica and Rosie and Tina, every single day with them, I cannot do my job and they will not be able to comply with their IEPs.
Thank you.
Good evening, almost good morning. My name is Ryan Alba. I am a father of a special needs student, the husband of a BT, and the pastor of Watsonville Church of the Nazarene. My son Caleb is a fun, sweet 9-year-old who loves playing with his sister and is completely obsessed with all things Christmas right now, especially Santa and Christmas trees. Our culture doesn't always value kids like Caleb because they don't produce anything. But he teaches me every day what real joy and unconditional love looks like. He deserves the care and education he is entitled to. Cutting services doesn't just change a budget, it changes children's lives. I'm also the husband of Megan, a BT who loves her students, but she comes home exhausted because her classroom is understaffed. She's constantly put in no-win situations. She's regularly hit, bitten, and scratched and has to make split-second decisions about which child to keep safe because there aren't enough adults in the room. The idea that she could lose her job or be left in any more danger, this environment is horrifying.
Thank you.
Hi, Carolyn again. My health assistants, I think I talked about this before, I have 5 schools, have over 4,700 student visits, 4,700 student visits per school year. Who's going to cover them when they're not there? Not me. I'm at 5 schools. The office managers are overwhelmed, and even though this is in their job description is basic first aid, not treatments or complex medications. This also places a responsibility on me and a potential threat to my license when I'm training distracted, overwhelmed, and potentially unwilling staff. Surgery should be done with a scalpel, not a chainsaw, and that's what this budget feels like. It feels impulsive and, sorry, sir, lazy. We deserve more. Our kids deserve more. They really do. Let's put more time into this.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you this evening. My name's Terry Madsen, and my son has been in 3 different schools, Bradley Elementary, Valencia Elementary, and now Aptos Junior High. And I would say that he's in the special needs program. We actively participate. We go in and check in and have our meetings and stuff. I've never once thought there was an overstaffing, not one time. The only thing I've thought is thank God for the humans that are in here in this moment, because this is an intense environment. So I feel very surprised by the statement that we will be fine with IEPs. That feels like an illogical statement. And I would also say it feels like a dangerous statement, thinking there's intelligent humans who are advocating for their children and might pursue legal recourse. And then final statement is maybe there's another option, like, you know how we always support public safety and we say, if you don't vote for this tax measure, you will lose police officers. Humans have consistently said we value special needs population. If we showed humans what our options were, maybe they would say, I would support a tax measure.
Delilah Macedo, I'm speaking as the CACA secretary for this item. I feel like we should possibly have polygraph exams at these board meetings because there are consistent
untruths being told. So Mr. Bragg claims that he meets weekly with CSEA. I take notes at every weekly CSEA meeting, and we haven't had a meeting since before the last board meeting. Also, our meetings with the CBO were canceled, and we barely got on the superintendent's meeting just this past Monday, and we haven't met since September. It is irresponsible to approve the cuts of this scale without concrete knowledge of their impact. How many students and families have you heard from regarding mental health clinicians and how detrimental they are? Regarding healthcare assistants, that means that 10 sites will not have a healthcare assistant. Who is going to take on their workload? Not the office staff. Instructional assistants, general education, where are those coming from? Kindergarten classrooms?
Thank you, that's your time.
25 of them do not even receive benefits.
Thank you, that's your time.
What about our BTs and our
Thank
IAs? They are very important to our class.
Thank you, that's your time. We need to move on.
The next speakers are Manuel Gutierrez, Amber Gutierrez, Mariana Samiango, Roddy Kirkman, Julian Belen, Jenny Dowd, Cora Rulmuto, Teresa Zamora, I believe you already spoke, and Nicole Haga.
I'm speaking for Cora Romuto, my daughter. She's nonverbal, so if she was here, she wouldn't be able to speak anyway. She was sitting next to me today when I was thinking about what I was going to say to you. And if she were here and were able to speak to you, this is what she'd say. She loves being in her general education
I'm
class.
sorry,
No,
but you could only
excuse
speak
me.
one time.
No, I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter.
But your
And
daughter's
you know
not
what?
here, and that's the rule.
Because this has happened before, and Ferris, the boss, said that other people can't bring in for the statements. I can find that email.
I'd appreciate if you would.
You're wasting more time than I am, okay?
I understand.
She really enjoys that time, but she learns a lot from it. What I talked to her about today is if she doesn't have a BT to do that, she wouldn't be able to do that. When you look at the numbers of what it takes to deliver on the IEPs, it does not account for. You guys have not done the work to say how many BTs are we using to enable mainstreaming that's written in the IEPs. That data does not exist. Anyone that has told you it does is not telling you the truth. Ask for the numbers. They're not there.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I again can't speak to as well as everybody else has up here, but our classified folks are what make schools run. And I know from experience working with special needs students that these cuts will decimate our special ed programs and these services will not be provided as outlined in IEPs. But I want to bring up another point because you've talked a lot about IAs and COVID-related positions. What you're failing to realize is that many of these gen ed IA positions were also increased at that time because we moved from half-day kindergarten to full-day programs. Certificated staff used to share classrooms. That no longer happens. Those IAs are absolutely vital for kindergarten students to get their education in gen ed as well.
Thank you.
Julian Bellin, on behalf of a friend who is a special educator who works directly with students in special education teams every day in comprehensive and alternative high schools. She is urging the board to vote no on any layoffs. She fears deeply about what will happen with the loss of staffing of specialized programs that students rely on. She fears for student and staff safety. This is completely avoidable. You will see a no vote will not cause the sky to fall. Slowing down will provide trustees space to ask questions, do research, to plan, and to make the most informed and thoughtful actions when the time is right. And on my own behalf, I'm willing to believe that we need to make these cuts if we see the numbers. Show us everything that is being done. Show us what you have considered. Show us what you have discarded and why you've discarded it. Show us how everyone's going to be taken care of. It's not just the children. It's not just the jobs. It's ripples through the whole community. I want to believe you. Give us office hours with everybody. Give us the organizational literacy. All board members, also Dr. Heather and Mr. Castillo, please, office hours.
Thank you.
I'm reading a statement from Mariana Samaniego. I'm a special ed teacher who's worked at PVUSD for 9 years, currently with students at Duncan-Holbert, where we identify and give services to students with special needs when they turn 3. I'm speaking on behalf of my students and families that would be directly affected by proposed cuts. When we don't have enough staff BTs to support our extensive support need SDCs, our classes aren't safe. When we aren't safe, we aren't working on IEP goals. Our focus shifts to ensuring our students are safe. We aren't taking data. We aren't working on learning our ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. We simply aren't implementing IEPs. Last year, the superintendent visited my classroom. I'm not sure if she remembers seeing myself and a BT support a student who had become dysregulated and was displaying behaviors that would be considered unsafe for himself and others. After the visit, I took the time to explain to her and the interventions and strategies that were taking place to ensure his safety and the safety of the other students in my classroom. I explained to her how parents are involved, BTs, BCBAs, and they work collaboratively to support our students. Without the BTs and BCBAs, we can't support our most vulnerable children. I invite you all to come to my classroom and see what the needs are and then make the decisions that will directly affect them.
Thank you.
My name's Nicole Huga, and I'm one of the school psychologists, and I'm just actually referencing a letter that I sent to everybody on the board. And I'm just reiterating everything that's been said here, how the cuts are going to directly affect the children and their access and safety. But I wanted to highlight something at the bottom of this letter, which is the legal and fiscal consequences for the district, the negative impact being out of compliance with individualized education plans. It's multifaceted, affecting students and families, school staff, and the school district's legal and financial standing. It will cost more money at the district's expense. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Dowd. I teach art and ethnic studies and ceramics at PV High. I've been teaching for 44 years. I've been teaching in this district for 37 years. I'm not a newbie. I'm a marriage family therapist intern. I've had 4,300 hours working with people who are incest victims, suicidal ideation. I've turned it around over and over and over. I am amazed that you're not taking this seriously in terms of the kids in our schools who have already committed suicide, who are already incest victims. I see them in my classroom every day. I can see that they are coping. But I also have worked with kids who are on the autism spectrum. I want you to put that in your head, look it up. Conduct disorder, defiant disorders, look it up, know it. That we don't want to have that coming on in our classroom with the lawsuits that's going to happen when we have somebody with defiant disorders coming on and reacting and nobody there to stop it. And then we have the injury and then we have the lawsuit or the death. Please take responsibility for that.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
And a second.
We've already made a motion on the table. There's a motion on the table.
Okay, I'll second that. And can we have a vote?
Let's move on.
Okay, I'll do.
Public comments first.
I'll do. We already had public comment. I'll do roll. Trustee Medina?
Wait, what is happening?
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution.
To approve?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, can we hear the public comment?
We don't have a card.
There was a card that was put in.
We don't have.
She's going through it right now, so I think we should wait for her to do that.
President Turley? Yeah, let's find out if there was somebody who was skipped.
That's Eli.
Sorry. No, I did not see an Eli then.
Okay, just come up and do your minute.
Hi, I'm Eli, and the thing that I want to talk about is that we heard that there's this rush because we don't want, teachers to flee the district. And we've also heard that, the enrollment getting lower is also an issue with the budget. But have we considered that, if we're so concerned about people leaving, and that's why we have to do the cuts now, is there a concern about people leaving and lowering enrollment further when we have completely understaffed classrooms? It just doesn't make sense if you are thinking long-term, we've heard all the human impacts, and, they talked about Mar Vista, like, they don't feel comfortable with their kids there. And if the classrooms, and I believe them, that the classrooms are just as, struggle to manage right now, do you think people are gonna keep having their kids go here? You're just gonna lose more money.
Thank you. Okay. Oh.
We have one card that was misplaced. Can we allow him to speak?
This card was sitting here for.
Yeah, it was sitting here. You go ahead, Ivan.
Was it?
Yeah.
But we didn't say we were going to stop at 30 minutes.
No, we didn't.
But we voted not to do that.
Ask yourself, if you believe the district is presenting you with all the potential options for reducing costs other than 41% of the cuts impacting special ed when we only represent 15% of the district.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ivan Hernandez. I'm a parent, and I come here to support all the school staff, and I want to urge the board to vote no on these layoffs. I myself am a mental health clinician, not specifically for the district, but I understand the need. And so I really want to encourage you to consider declining these cuts, because consider what's going to happen if these cuts take effect. You're going to have a lot more teachers, requesting leaves because it's only going to, cause stress for them, and there's going to be a ripple effect, and so really be mindful of what we're talking about. These are our future. When was the last time any of you walked down and asked a student what their dreams were? So,
thank you.
We're here for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion.
We already have a motion on the table, a motion and a second to approve the resolution. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote? Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
President Shirley, your vote?
Yes.
Let's move on.
Motion carries. That was 5-2. All right. That moves us on to 10.
Is that a threat to a public official? Is that a threat to a public official? Is that a threat to a public official?
Trustee Flynn is questioning if there was a threat made to a elected official. I'm curious. I didn't.
I mentioned that one of our students committed suicide off of this parking garage, right here. One of our students.
Okay, we're going to have to clear the room. We've given warnings, and we're still having outbursts. We're going to take a 5-minute break and recess, and then we'll come back. What? I'm calling this meeting back to order. We're moving on to 10.3, Resolution 252613. I believe all of us have read the documents and have an understanding. May I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
I would like to make a motion.
Mr. Bragg.
That was a motion. What is your motion?
I would like to motion to table this item.
Is there a second to that motion? Hearing none, it fails. Say again?
Okay, can we,
We don't have quorum, right?
we do need to have a
quorum.
report. Do we need, point of order?
I
do
think
we-
we've read it.
We've all read the report. It's for the presentation. I don't think we need a report.
Okay.
I don't want a Brown Act violation, though. I want to do this right. So maybe if you can do it quickly.
Education Code 45101, 45114, 45117, 45298, and 45308 authorize the Pajaro Valley Unified School District to lay off to reduce, excuse me, let me start that over. Education Code Section 44955 authorizes the Pajaro Valley Unified School District to eliminate and/or reduce particular kinds of certificated services. Certain services now being provided by certificated positions must be reduced for the 2026-27 school year to assist in addressing the district's staffing needs, the elimination of certain funds, and the district's fiscal health. The affected positions are attached as Exhibit A. We request the board to approve suggested reductions on Exhibit A.
I'll entertain a motion. I'll second. Should we do a roll call vote? Okay, would you do that for us, please, Ms. Renteria?
Trustee Dodge, your vote?
No.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Medina's absent. Trustee Navarro, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Flores, your vote?
Yes.
President Shirley, your vote?
Yes. I believe that's 5-1-1. Okay,
Motion passes.
motion passes. Do we?
Went through 10-4 real quick?
Okay. 10-4, Resolution 252615, Accounting and Development Fees for 24-25. Please.
This is just to make compliance that we are keeping track of the developer fees in a separate fund that we use it for appropriate expenditures. Everything is in your board package. We're meeting all the requirements, and just we have spent all these funds for portables, appropriate for the how we can use the developer funds that we track it in Fund 25.
Thank you. Are we charging the maximum that we're allowed to?
Yes, under the last a year and a half, can we do that? Yes.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve this agenda item?
I'll second.
I hear a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's looking like 601. Let's do consent.
Can I make a motion to move consent to the next item?
Second.
Wait, hold on.
Okay. So these
We're modifying the order and we're now taking consent.
Yeah, can they do that?
Or
Yes.
we can table a section 11, which is the best way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, table, yeah.
11-1, 11-2, and 11-3 I would table.
Is that a motion?
I would like to make a motion to table 11-1, 11-2, and 11-3.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think that's 601. Okay, that gets us on to consent agenda. Anybody want to point of order? Trustee Medina.
Did we have public comment for 10.3?
When we clear the room, there's no
public comment.
Lawyer lady, is it legal
is Ms.
for
Katz.
this board to vote on something without having public comment, even when there's card entered into the record?
Yes, when there is disruption at a meeting and multiple warnings have been given to the group, you can clear the room and continue your meeting, having only the media present and board members and necessary people, and that would include not having public comment.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed? And those abstaining? Okay, I think that looks like 6 001. Motion passes.
While we have a moment, a couple moments, I just want to say thank you to Claudia.
We love you, Claudia.
I heard that you're leaving our district and moving to Live Oak, and that's a loss for us. So thank you for all your service and all your time.
And we're not filling that position, right? To save money?
Point of
Not on
order.
the
Point of
agenda.
order, not on the agenda.
Yeah, not on the agenda.
Thank you for doing us a service, Claudia.
I am adjourning this meeting so other conversations can continue. Meeting adjourned at 11:49. Okay, 11:48.
I'd like to request the police officers to stay until the outside's clear and then to get us to our cars, please.